Thank you very much, colleagues. We will begin shortly. The time is now 9:18, so we can begin with our presentations. We have some apologies here. There's an apology from Councillor Randy Tennyson, who is not going to be able to join us today. And then we shall also then encourage other councillors and stakeholders to send the apologies through the back office as the leave policy. We proceed as such. So we will just take a moment of silence for prayer or meditation, and then shortly after, we will then commence. Thank you. Right. Councillors, this meeting does not necessarily require a quorum, and therefore we shall proceed. We have several presentations, and then for the purpose of these proceedings, we are going to only stream the proceedings, not necessarily the presentation. And then we shall get the presentation, of course, explained to us by the personnel that is responsible for presentations, the department as it may. We will start with the nature conservation operation Q2 and midterm performance. We should proceed at least until 10 o'clock, and I would like to urge us so that we do not over-elaborate and go over the time that is specified. The department in question is Environment and Agricultural Management Department. Thank you. So we'll now receive the presentation. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Leluko Puling from the Environment and Agriculture Management Department. I'm acting divisional head for the Environmental Management and Parks Division. And we are making this presentation today on nature conservation operations. The presentation covers a number of aspects, starting with the legal basis for the work that we do, and then from there we'll get into the operations and look briefly into the finances, especially focusing on revenue, and then lastly it will go into the challenges that we have and how we foresee addressing those challenges. So it's a fairly brief presentation overall. If we go to the first slide, as I said, the indication is to say what's the key focus area of the work that's done in the nature conservation operations section and throughout the city. And the focus areas are mainly based on conserving biodiversity within the city, managing nature reserves and nature areas in line with applicable legislation, protection of the natural environment within the city, protection of flagship animal species, that includes rhino, buffalo, cheetah, black wildebeest, and sable antelopes. Also creating opportunities for tourism and nature-oriented activities within the city, for all citizens in the city, and also management and protection of heritage infrastructure on reserves and nature areas. That includes caves, forts, including buildings and trees that are over 60 years. Now, in terms of the mandate of that kind of work that is done, it's mainly legislation, particularly the National Environmental Management Act, Protected Areas Act, and also the directives that are emanating from the MEC of the province, who has assigned the management of nature reserves to the city within the city boundaries. That's it. Particularly section or chapter 4 of NEMPA and section 38 of NEMPA. That's where the work that we do in the city in terms of nature conservation comes from. Then in terms of objectives of the section is to protect and conserve a sample of the natural environment around the city in a manner that it's maintained as natural and pristine as possible, to also conserve genetic biodiversity and stop loss of species through, amongst others, protection of game and make it available for relocation when required. Also to ensure that there's undertaking of conservation environmental processes so that the ecosystem within those protected areas and nature reserves is functional. Therefore, giving local and foreign visitors the opportunity to visit the reserves and get in the felt and be part of the conservation activities. Also, there's opportunities for environmental education throughout all the education levels. There's opportunities for students as low as primary to university level for research and monitoring purposes. There's also opportunity to also contribute for safeguarding of water resources in the city, with the understanding that some or most of the nature reserves have water bodies located in them and have some of the springs that are used for water resources and supply the city with water. So that's an additional function that is served by the nature conservation work in the city. We also focus on ensuring that there's control of problem animals and plants in the form of alien vegetation clearance. There's also allowance for communities to participate in the work that is done in the city through friends groups and NGOs that participate in the work that is taking place in the nature reserves and nature areas around their communities that they reside. As maybe just a bit of repetition, there's also allowance for research to be undertaken in the reserves. Therefore, there's overall sustainability of provision of environmental goods through the work that is done in terms of there's meat that is generated through culling. There's also wood that is harvested from the clearing of alien vegetation in the nature reserves. So overall, there's also support of job opportunities that are created through EPWP work that is done, especially with working for water, with alien vegetation clearing, and also with working for fire. In terms of products that are associated or that are generated from the work that is done in the Nature Reserve and Operations Code section and within the department, there's 9 proclaimed nature reserves with a total surface area of 6,129 hectares. There's 13 nature areas and bird sanctuaries that are managed.
If you can just wait. The gentleman on top, we are able to pick up what you are saying on top, and we can't proceed the site like that. Thank you. My apology, please.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, there's 13 nature areas and bird sanctuaries with a total area of 13 hectares, or 13,000 hectares and 24. And then there's 32 important City of Tshwane wetlands that are managed. This is over and above the ones that are currently not properly managed. So overall, the ones that are managed as part of the nature areas and nature reserves is 32. There's biological assets in the form of animals, various species, 2,227 with a total value of estimated at 10 million. Not 10 million, but 10 billion rands. There's also with the friends groups work that we do in the nature areas. There's 16 of those nature groups affiliated with WESA that participate in the work of the city in terms of managing the nature areas and nature reserves. So there's associated with all that, there's visitor facilities, which includes picnic and braai areas, game drives that takes place in the nature areas and nature reserves, and hiking trails and overnight accommodation facilities. With all that, there's therefore maintenance plans that are implemented over the period of an annual basis that are then reviewed regularly. There's 37 of those. Also, there's 9 environmental management plans that are implemented. In terms of finance, we have put together information on finance, but we thought we should maybe for today's presentation focus on the revenue that is generated through the work of the section in terms of nature reserves and operations. And we have presented in a manner that we show trends over a 5-year period, starting with the financial year 2020-2021 up until the current financial year. And there's a target set which we, in terms of revenue collection, we work towards. Overall, just to indicate that it's only been in the financial year between 2020 and 2022 where we could not meet the set target, likely or linked to the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, where there was limited visitors to the reserves and nature areas. Beyond those 2 financial years, we have met and exceeded the set target. Maybe just to indicate that in this financial year we are at a performance of 68.8% at this in the second quarter, and we think by the end of the financial year we would have also exceeded the set target. The set target for this year is 20 million, and we are in the second quarter we were at 13 million that's collected. In terms of the number of visitors, we have in this year, in this financial year, in the records that we got in the second quarter, we had visitors in the reserves of about 267,770. So that's the performance in terms of finances, particularly focusing on revenue generation. maybe just to indicate that this revenue generation is a combined revenue from nature reserves, nature areas, and resorts. And in terms of performance linked to finances, there's programs that have been put in place since 2020, the main one being ensuring that there's cashless system in the collection of revenue or funds that patrons pay at the entrances. So this has been implemented since 2020, and the idea is to ensure that there's less risk associated with that monies that should come to the city. And other activities or programs that have been implemented have to do with the intention to increase revenue, which include ensuring that there's more bookings associated with the facilities that are there, which include LAPA bookings. There's been an increase compared to previous times when there was less bookings per week. Now the bookings are allowed to be done on a daily basis. And other facilities which have contributed to more revenue being generated include allowing visitors to be part of the feeding of the animals that are there, particularly the reptiles, and also be part of the activities associated with translocation of game and tracking of the cheetah. That's there at Red Flag. So in terms of these activities and programs, there's been progress. However, with the cashless system, we have encountered incidents where officials and employees have taken money, but those have gone through disciplinary processes. And also that cashless system is continuously monitored to ensure that there's less risks. There's also intentions to also look at other revenue generation avenues, which include bringing other facilities where there will be payment done at the entrances. And in the new financial year, or starting this year, we're looking into having Moreleta Troop and Tlapakop and Tolani being part of those facilities where then there's entrance charged at those facilities to contribute to increased revenue. Additionally, in terms of performance with regard to revenue generation, there's leasing of buildings and that's taking place, and other facilities in the nature reserves and nature areas. And there's a bit of a stagnation, especially with the restaurants in those areas, when the opportunities for leasing are present. But we have had, in terms of progress, we are engaging group property to ensure that those challenges are addressed. Okay, so in terms of the engagements with group property for leasing purposes, maybe just to expand on that, there's with the 39 properties that are there, five of those are generating income, mainly Rietvlei, Groenkloof, Bronchies, Ferryland, and Vanderboom Nature Reserve. As we've said, we are looking towards ensuring that Moreleta Troop in the next financial year is also part of those properties where there will be increase in revenue generated. But that also has to do with ensuring that those properties that we are looking at bringing into the picture of having them generate revenue, they are also proclaimed as nature reserves. And we are working on resuscitating a C9 report which requested that council approve that the proclamation of those nature reserves. Those nature reserves that need to be proclaimed is Bishop Bird Sanctuary. There's Waterkloof. There's also Gaskloof, and there's Dolwane Nature Reserve. Okay, that's that. In terms of Operation Clean Audit, because we were requested to also talk to this a bit, the department has received clean audit in relation to the operations of nature reserves and operations. And however, we are continuously monitoring activities and operations to ensure that we pick up challenges before they become problematic. And that's that. Then in terms of key performance areas that we would want to present in terms of the operations that are undertaken in the department linked to nature reserve and nature areas operations, the first one is maintenance of biodiversity priority areas. And the measurement there is hectares of alien vegetation controlled. This is of importance because we need to eradicate alien vegetation in the nature areas to ensure that the ecological activities or ecological processes are as they should be. The existence of alien vegetation impedes that the ecology of those areas to function properly. So the set target per annum is normally 200 hectares. And also, this is also because in some instances there has been, we have received notices, environmental notices, to ensure that from the National Department of Environmental Affairs to ensure that those areas have the alien vegetation cleared. So in terms of that activity or that KPI, that KPA, there's a total budget allocated of 2,326,000, and the participation there is through a service provider to clear vegetation, and then there's also participation through working for wetlands. There's also internal clearing of vegetation done by colleagues in the section. There's also participation of friends groups. The amount of vegetation cleared by the service provider is at this point in time 137 hectares. The working for wetlands amount of vegetation cleared is 264, and the friends groups have cleared 33 hectares, while the internal clearing that is done by the department is 14 hectares. And then we also have the income generation also as a key performance area. And as we've indicated in the previous slide, we have a target set of 13 million in this financial year, and we think we will be exceeding that target. And like I said, the idea is one of the contributing factors to ensure that that is met is to ensure that the cashless system as the main process of collecting cash is monitored, and there's less risk associated with loss of revenue through that. Then the other key performance area is total land area in hectares classified as biodiversity priority area. And we have 22 hectares of that that is maintained in terms of all the nature areas and nature reserves. And the idea is to continue to have more land declared as or classified as biodiversity priority area. Then the other key performance area is area of priority biodiversity in areas in hectares which is protected. And this is where we are making reference to the idea of having new properties and new areas being proclaimed. Then maybe just to indicate that in terms of alien vegetation eradication, as indicated, the total budget that was allocated, just to indicate the trends, the total budget that was allocated in the last financial year was 2,737,000, and that's actually what was also totally spent, and the amount of alien vegetation eradicated is 361 hectares. And in this financial year, as I said, the total budget that's allocated is 2,300,000, and we are at present have cleared 137 hectares, and we foresee exceeding the set target by approximately 100 to 120 hectares. However, we've presented this as an area where it's a bit of a challenge, because despite that allocation and despite the performance, the amount of alien vegetation in the nature reserves and nature area is such that it requires continuous funding and continuous clearing. So although there's that amount of vegetation, or an amount of budget allocated, it still comes across as not sufficient, because the alien vegetation continues to grow, but there's also regrowth. So there's needs to go back and do clearing in areas where there was previous clearance. So it's one of the key performance areas that we need to continuously monitor and continuously look at other avenues of managing it. Then other challenges that we have noted that we are working on, that we thought it's worthwhile to present here, have to do with, for instance, security is the first one, and we are working very closely with Metropolis. This is because there's been a number of incidents associated with lack of security in the nature reserves and nature areas, to the extent that there's risk of poaching in some instances. In the past we have had that, and recently there's a lot of cable theft that's occurring within the nature reserves. And this is one of the challenges that we need to continuously monitor and make sure that is attended to. So we work very closely with Metropolis on this. And then the second one has to do with vacancies in the section. Just to indicate that the total vacancy on the structure has 280, and 283 of those 283, 153 are filled. So there's about 130 vacant posts. However, with the recent not procurement but recruitment processes, there has been advertisements that have been made, and there's efforts to have especially at the management level, the 2 deputy directors posts being filled. So there's progress in that sense. However, there's still quite a number of vacancies, especially at operational level. So this is one of the challenges that's outstanding, that we need to also continuously monitor and see how to attend to it. But also maybe look at other avenues, like partnering with other institutes that have the same objectives as the city in terms of nature reserves and nature areas. And then other challenges that we thought are worthwhile presenting this committee, they have to do with, we have recent challenges of cross-border sewage pollution, especially into the Reed Flay nature reserves that eventually find itself into the Reed Flay dam. There's monthly meetings with municipalities upstream. However, However, this needs a bit of attention to ensure that that pollution is managed and eradicated. There's also a challenge associated with issuance of permits for preventative felt burning. This is important because there's need for ecological management of those of nature areas. There's regular burning that's required. So it's to manage the ecology in those facilities, but also to contribute to the management of alien vegetation. But we are working. There's for instance a meeting planned for tomorrow with emergency services to assist us to ensure that this matter is attended to. And then other challenges have to do with fleet allocation, and this also is receiving attention. Then that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the very short and sweet and comprehensive presentation that we've received. It does show that there are some improvements here and there. So the time now, members, is 9:49, so we are still on par in relation to the time allocated to the personnel presenter. As it means, so we'll then take hands from the committee. I will see Councillor HSM, and then Councillor, yes, and then the Councillor on my right. If we may proceed in that order, please. Thank you. very much. Yes, Councillor.
No, thanks, Chairperson, and thanks very much for the presentation. Just want to pose a question in relation to alien vegetation eradication. In terms of compliance, I see in your report presentation you indicate that there is a non-compliant in relation to that. So I just want to check on what could be the worst to happen. I heard that you said we received notices from the national government in relation to non-compliance. So I'm interested to know as to what could happen. Could we be punished in terms of fines or maybe withdrawal of the certificate if they are issued? And what are the measures in place to try and deal with that particular situation before it could worsen? And the other issue is in relation to securities. I heard that there are no securities there, but I think you said you are still waiting. The proposal was submitted to TMPD, but then it's taking time or it's being delayed. But I just want to check, maybe perhaps you could use technology in terms of cameras to ensure that you enhance securities in those places as you are still waiting for TMPD. But also they can be cost effective as compared to appointment of tenders and physical securities there. So please, perhaps we need to explore that particular mechanism in dealing with that matter. The commendable issue raised is a clean audit in your department, that you received a clean audit. I think is commendable and encouraging, because it shows that accountability and transparency is adhered to. So maybe if you can share with us in terms of best practices as to what have you done differently to ensure that this clean audit has been received. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, it's your turn. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation. Very informative presentation, especially in terms of the environment and all these things. But I've got two questions to the presenter. The first one is that I see the products, all the products are named just how many years, but in terms of the visitor facilities, there's no number. I don't know if you have got you know how much they are, especially the picnic price, accommodations, and so on. But the last question is about the security guards at the facilities. You mentioned that there are no adequate security guards fit for purpose. Really, this work is full of values. I don't know if you have got enough security guards who are not fit for what they are doing in that regard. Maybe you can give an explanation. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we go to the next round, maybe we'll get the first response and then we'll proceed if there is any other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the questions. We will attend to all of them. Maybe just to request, may I allow my colleagues to also add to the answers?
Yeah.
That's all. Okay.
It's all right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll the first one from Councillor Sutton, I think yes, we acknowledge the challenges associated with pollution, especially in the Henops River. It's been a long outstanding problem, and yes, we totally are in agreement. The solution should be a total solution that involves particularly water and sanitation, the National Department, because it's the pollution ends up in maybe in downstream municipalities and affecting the whole water resources. So it's not just affecting us as a middle municipality, but everyone gets affected because eventually the pollution ends up. But we feel it more here in the city. So it's noted, and I think the idea is to continuously participate in those forums and even beyond those forums, to in instances where we have opportunity to meet with colleagues in upstream municipalities to engage with them on that matter. And then secondly, the second question has to do with the Roy Heskral area there. I think, yes, the idea is to not just that one, which is linked to revenue generation, to have as much as possible the facilities in the nature areas and nature reserves have a participation of the private sector while still remaining in municipal ownership, so that there's enhancement of revenue. So that process has started, and we are, for instance, currently engaging property management to review the current leases that are there. So it's ongoing, and that area in Royskal is just an example. And then in terms of alien vegetation, yes, the alien vegetation clearing activities that we take has to do with, like I said, the key performance areas of the department. But beyond narrowing it down to key performance areas, the alien vegetation inherently diminishes the ecological functioning of any area. So that's basically why. But then the challenge with alien vegetation is that it goes beyond the nature areas and nature reserves. So that's why, as the question says, do we have? Yes, we have those programs taking place. We also have received notices, and I think if we don't attend to the notices, the risk is that some of those areas may lose the proclamation status. So that's the risk. But also the notices eventually will have fines. So there are fine schedules associated with that. But I think there's realization beyond the city by the DFFE department too, because they are also participating in the clearing of alien vegetation in the city's nature reserves through other programs. So I think there's a realization that the problem is beyond the city, and it's an ongoing and recurring problem. So yes, while I think the idea with the notices and the engagements is to encourage the city not to continue with the work that it's doing. But like I said, the challenge that we foresee is that the budget allocated is limited. That's the overall challenge. But like I said, we have participation of the national department through Working for Water and Working for Wetlands, but we also have communities participating. And the idea is to also encourage more participation by communities. And that with more participation by communities, I think that will contribute to addressing the problem in the long term. That is of importance because in some instances the problem emanates from surrounding private properties. So it's not just confined to the area within the city's properties. So that's and then in terms of security, yes, we and I'm coming to the last question. We have security allocated, and that was a big problem in the past 3 or 4 years, and we are thinking now it's getting a bit better. There were a lot of incidents in the past 2 to 3 years in our nature reserves. However, now with the recent engagements, I think in the past 3 months and even before, those incidents have subsided. However, we are saying the security challenges are beyond. Okay, the security challenges are still there, but they are a bit better. However, they are beyond. The reason we are saying not fit for purpose is because security has to do more with having security personnel in the form of, in instances like the Ridgeway Nature Reserve, in the form of game rangers who also would look beyond normal security, but look at securing the resources in the nature reserves. So that's why we mentioned the matter of, or the issue of not fit for purpose. But also we are still encouraging security challenges because we still have, as recent as 2 weeks ago, cable theft in especially in Ridgeway. So it's a standing challenge that we think if we continuously work at it, we will improve on that. And then, yes, in terms of installation of cameras and using other technology, that is done particularly at the main entrances. There are cameras installed at the main entrances, but it's not, like we said, fit for purpose throughout the nature areas and nature reserves. With those vast areas, we need involvement of security, but also in the form of park rangers, as I've said. In terms of there was a question linked to the fact that we need to indicate the physical numbers or the numbers in terms of the facilities. Yes, we haven't done so. We've done so to a limited extent in the presentation. But I think we can provide that information to say in each nature reserves what are the facilities. We just thought we'd focus mainly on the overall total area, which is the hectares that are forming part of the nature areas and the nature reserves. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I've left out colleagues. If I've left out any.
Yeah, we'll open hands for another round, and I'll lead this one. On slide number 10, in your presentation, you are making notes here that there is an issue with the restaurant contracts, which it seems to be a headache, this issue of outdated leases. During the MMC Ramabodu's visit to one of these resorts, they found that there was some coffee shop there that had no proper lease. The lease had expired so long, the rate has not changed, or the amount and so on in a long time. So I just want to understand how many of these leases are we looking at?
What sort of a problem are we facing, and what sort of a strategy do we have to attend to this part, because it is a common problem. Yet we've got legal in-house that should be able to assist with the contract management. Now, what are the challenges that we're having here? Because we need to, when we meet next time, we need to be coming up with a proper arrangement in relation to this, or some form of an update that such number is being dealt with, or something that hints towards this performance, because you are doing well in many areas, but this can undermine whatever that you are doing. Has a potential to undermine whatever you are doing that is good. So maybe if you could just give us a proper background, and of course a strategy going forward to resolve this issue of the outdated leases. Welcome, Councillor Marshall. Thank you. Deputy Chief. I don't know if there is any other. Oh, okay, yes, my apology.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to thank the presentation, but I want to ask a question between nature reserves and resorts. Are they in your department, and how do you handle issues around bookings, infrastructure, and also you spoke about opportunities, né? And you mentioned education. But my understanding is we can also have opportunities as to how we generate more income or popularize our resorts and nature reserves, so that more revenue is collected. Because from where I'm sitting, I've never heard of Tshwane doing an advert or popularizing it, especially during the September month where we speak about heritage. So if maybe we can popularize it and make it more known to communities, so that we can have a revenue collection from that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Welcome the former Minister of Government Business, Councillor Matsuwate. Is there another? Oh, thank you. Can proceed. And then you will be followed by the Deputy Chief.
Okay, thanks again, Chairperson. Yeah, this is just a concern about the pollution they mentioned, especially the sewerage pollution from upstream municipalities into the rich play dam. I just want to ask, because they just say upstream municipalities, they don't even mention, okay, maybe they don't have to mention, but is there any solution that can be found in terms of that? Because if there is a sewer pollution into the dam, then the visitors, especially the fishing residents, they won't go there, and the city is going to lose a lot of revenue. Is there any possibility of finding a solutions in terms of that?
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Okay. You know, we are fighting a losing battle, and it will continue if we are not honest to ourselves. I find it a bit difficult that we come here and we talk about issues of lack of adequate fit-for-purpose security, for instance. But if you were to get out of this meeting and get into the next meeting, you will find someone raising a question on the allocation of budget of security. I'm raising this aspect that we need to be honest to ourselves, especially around the very same department that has just presented here. if we were to be given powers to do budget allocation in our other life as committee members, you will find that in that session, this is the least department that gets an allocation in terms of hierarchy, or whatever they call it in terms of allocation of budget. And you take into consideration the amount of challenges that are there. And also the challenges vis-a-vis the problems created to the department by the sister departments. The challenges that we're talking about are not only centered around resorts and so on. Beyond these facilities, there's many challenges around issues of the streams and so on, like Councillor Sutton indicated earlier on. My friend behind me, immediately behind me, will tell you that sometimes in, I think, June, August, me and her interacted in my ward 16, where I'm responsible. There's a very big, huge stream that it's very dirty, littered with plastic bottles, papers and all those things. And there runs a main line of sewer which keeps on blocking and spilling into the stream every now and then. The area is smelly and so on. And they spent about a week there. And we couldn't do anything. As long as you do not have budget, you do not have the required machinery, you do not have sufficient manpower, and after having done the work, there is no continuous maintenance. Resorts and facilities. Chair, you are raising a very important point, but wait until we go and do inspection in local. We're talking about a very big elephant here. And you would get to learn when we go on an inspection in local. You will hear these gory details of how we are losing on revenue in state of, and this is one of the most important departments that could be generating revenue in the city. But if you can go into these facilities and hear stories on contract management, on the amount of money that we are losing. I mean, there's one facility somewhere in the east where the lessees are paying less than 50 rents a month on a very big facility of the city where we could be making millions annually. And you'll be shocked. So my suggestion is that we need to go to this facility and find out for ourselves so that we can learn better and be able to, and we must also engage with our fellow colleagues in Department of Environmental Management to give treatment to these issues that we are dealing with today in as far as the department is concerned, because we as MPEC, we can only do so much for today with regards to the hearings and so on. It's them who are in those departments directly involved on a day-to-day basis. So we need to share the work that we have done so that they can continue with some of it, and then we will definitely make dent in as far as what we are trying to achieve. But in terms of budget allocation, unfortunately, Chair, it's a drop in an ocean. The department is facing huge amount of challenges, and also there are limitations in terms of their presentation. They just need to go back to the drawing board and thrash out all their big problems so that it can be seen as to how can we assist them where possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe that's all for now. Please proceed with your colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the first one on leases. There's maybe just to appreciate the inputs from Councillor Marishan, yes, especially linking to leases. We've since 2022, okay, maybe also to go back a bit, the situation is such that leases and conditions thereof and signing of contracts is the sole responsibility of group property. So, yeah, that's the situation that we find ourselves in. However, those leases for those properties are in the facilities that are managed by the department, the nature reserves and and resorts and nature areas, including the coffee shop that, yes, we visited with the NMC 2 weeks ago. So we've in terms of the number of the ones that we have noted that are, or with the leases that are outdated, there's about 13. And we have recently in 2022 we submitted a memo to group property for them to review those leases, and nothing came out of that submission. So recently we are in the process. We submitted actually this week a resubmission to say these are the list of lists. That's why I know the number of the top of my head. That is 13 of them, and some, yes, they are outdated as far back as 2010. Some go as far back. So there's that process, and we are hoping with this submission that we have done now, then they will be reviewed, and there will be new tenants or new contracts signed with. But the entire process, we just we host those facilities, and although we know we would make inquiries, okay, when is this lease expiring? What's the rates? But the entire process and the collection of revenue related to those leases is entirely the responsibility of group property. So, but the idea is we will continue monitoring. The idea is to monitor and if, like in this instance, we note that they are outdated, then to communicate and engage group property. Okay. And maybe just to emphasize, yes, indeed, we do realize that there's a revenue generation potential that's missed with the leases if they are not up to date, if they are outdated. We have noted that, and it's a matter of hopefully then there will be progress made with engagement with group property. And the difference between nature reserves and resorts, yes, there's a slight difference. It has to do with the ecological management. Nature resorts, or not nature reserves, but resorts are meant to be areas where there's intensive hosting of communities or clients. So, and there's no ecological activities associated with the resorts. So, but you'd find resorts in most instances located next to nature reserves. And maybe just also to differentiate nature reserves and nature areas. Nature reserves are those that are proclaimed. And then nature areas are those that are protected, including physically being protected and where there's operations taking place. But they are not proclaimed in terms of the legislation. Okay. So maybe just a bit of an example. Resorts would be areas like fountain resorts, would be fountains like the Roy Heskral. So those where there's intense allowance of and they are in terms of area, the surface area, they are fairly smaller, but there's allowance for drying, and which is activities that one may not do in the in the nature reserves and nature areas. Okay. So yes, indeed, there's with the challenge is, especially with resorts, the challenge is there's opportunity for revenue generation, yes, but also it's also linked to the customer experience. So what's required is investment. Maybe one can put it that way: investment into a resort. Then you would have a good customer experience, and then there's repeat visits. So it's based. But if the investment, particularly in terms of operations and maintenance of the area, is not good enough, then the one would visit a resort and say, this is the last time I'm here. So there's loss of revenue in that sense. And yes, in terms of there was a suggestion for us to do more exposure and more advertisement of the facilities that are there, and maybe take advantage of the calendar, say in September or now in Easter. Yes, we do that, but I do agree. Maybe it's not. I don't know how we can engage. Maybe newspapers or for instance, we would do internal corporate communication advertisement of the facilities that we have, but it should be beyond that. I do agree. It should be. We can even involve community newspapers and community radio stations to have more exposure on the facilities that are there. And yes, the challenge of pollution, sewage pollution, especially in the Reed Clay, it's a problem that is there. That it's difficult, honestly. We need to. The reason it's also difficult is because we know within the city there's challenges with the wastewater treatment works and the facilities. And one would look at it in the context that similarly in other municipalities that could be the same challenge. Unfortunately, however, now those challenges, because of the fact that we are downstream, we see and are affected by that suit. But that could be the same with municipalities that are like Madibeng, that is downstream to us. The sewage challenges that we have in the municipality ends up affecting them, which is why it needs a more comprehensive and long-term solution to be looked at. I don't know if I've covered all things.
Yeah, it seems to be covered, also in the interest of time. So I think while you are letting you go, is, on top of your newspapers, you have a lot of schools around which can give you clientele in bulk. And I don't see that activity happening. Myself, at the level where I'm at, I hardly remember getting anything that suggests there is this and that facility to be visited, and so on. It is just about having a team that can sit around this and say, how do we go about? Because also part of these targets that are being set here, I believe that they are too lenient. We are reaching them. We commend you for that in terms of the KPIs. But you can still dream a bit bigger and even bring more money by just getting this clientele across. Because the reason why you can get a situation where you've got overperformed with 26%, it means the target that was set itself needs to be reviewed, not necessarily at the very minimum 7% or whatever standard you're using currently, but to drastically increase it so you're able to push the department and the or for the department to be able to aim for much more. Because the more you bring more money, you know your department also needs quite a bit from the city, so you can actually assist us with that part. So as we go around, we're able to have a bit more on our tests. So I think those are the things that next time maybe these KPIs, we have to look into increasing them, looking into the fact that it looks like we're already overachieving. So it's not that we're punishing you, we see you're struggling, and then we're increasing now drastically those targets. I believe we should be a bit more optimistic. And then let's go for the schools here. During your correct exhibitions, plan around with different people and go and see, let people know what we can offer as a city. There's a lot we can offer. There's a lot that you don't interact with because the information is not disseminated to the audience and the residents. And you can build these people and they can see value from them immediately and so on. And then I think following up on your response on this issue of leases, I think that the team and the committee will agree that it's about time group property come and take accountability, because we had the same story with Vulnerable, where these issues are like that. Forever there is a contract management issue. So we'll take it up with them. We don't have to involve you into a lot of stuff. But we are going to definitely attend to this thing under group property. Someone has to take responsibility, and if they can't take responsibility, then the city needs to take steps against whoever that needs to take responsibility and doesn't do it. I'm saying this because there were people who were getting evicted here and the court orders. And you know, someone has a contract, a lease that has expired in 2010. And then because they're a business, you just allow them to be. It's chaotic. I can tell you the least, because then it means the less fortunate you are, the more you're on the firing line to be dealt with harshly by the law. But those, because if a lease is expired and it has not been renewed, then basically you should be parting ways in ordinary circumstances. You should be parting ways because our agreement has lapsed, and then new people should be coming in. Now, if we retain those people, we should retain them on new conditions, and then we take them on like that. Because business can't do that. I mean, yesterday I know it's a bit irrelevant, but we had a business that was owing millions there. They paid 2 million on the spot, if I'm not mistaken, or 1.5 on the spot, Lion Match. The money is there. The problem is that people don't have appetite to pay. Then once you start and attend to them, then you start seeing all sorts of monies going. I mean, there's another butcher there owing 4 million. But business is not getting attended with the same vigor and toughness that we see the residents who are generally in poor and marginalized communities being attended to when it comes to evictions and so on and so on. And people not paying their rates and taxes and switching off their system, what's called services such as water and electricity. So we'll take it up with group property, and then we shall maybe then have you again and see if there is any progress in relation to that area. Because we satisfy that area, we are fine. And I think if the AG had to zoom in, it can still change your report. It can affect your report because there's a clean audit. But sometimes the AG, when they come, they don't really look into every corner. They see what they can see. They choose an area. Sometimes they choose an area where they are not auditing or they are not intending to audit them. That area you find is bad, and then they don't choose it as part of their checks and balances. And then you survive on those bases. Not necessarily, there's quite a bit that you see that, hey, this one, it can get me into trouble. So we should try and address it before it becomes a bigger problem. It's already quite big now, but I think we need to attend to it. I don't know, colleagues, if there is anything, but I think we are covered. Thank you very much for coming through. We really appreciate the level of professionalism, the detailed presentation, and of course we appreciate the good work that has been done so far. Please continue to do the good work, and we shall support you as a committee wherever possible so that your department can continue to add more value to the city. Thank you, colleagues. All right. All right, so you will quietly excuse yourself. I don't know if because we are not streaming the presentation, so we don't necessarily need colleagues back and forth, but we'll take the next presentation, and then colleagues from the environment will, of course, either leave or stay depending on what they prefer. So the next presentation will be from Group Corporate and Shared Services, and it's Information and Communications Technology Assets. The presentation should proceed until 11:20, and not to put pressure on you, but yeah, there is the current time slot we have for you. You are welcome to begin the presentation. First, I think by introducing yourself, and then we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good and committee. My name is Mosam, the Group Head for Shared Services. I'll take you through then to the information that we've put together, speaking to IT assets, and there was just a slide that I'll request at the end to insert information around overall what are the challenges and the solutions going forward in terms of management of the IT assets. As an introduction, to say that the assets that we're giving you, the overall assets that we manage from an ICT perspective. And just to say, Chair, that part of this asset has been a consolidation over a period of years. So in the city before, each of the departments made their own technology decisions. So a lot of these particular assets were bought in the department. We've tried to manage that over the years that we are not able to download, but the environment is fluid and changes all the time. So you'll find that we still deal with that particular issue. We provide then the detailed balances of those particular assets. Moving to slide 3, the assets are mainly categorized in terms of immovable. In terms of ICT, we are referring here to computer infrastructure that is in our data centers, permanent servers that we have put in there that host our data and processes all the data that keeps the city running on a day-to-day basis. You'll appreciate a municipality like ours, we produce tons and tons of data every day, and therefore those immovable assets, they help us to store, keep secure the data, and ensure that we keep records and records. So in the city, you have data that runs for decades, because some of these data must still be reproduced for audit, some of it must be kept for legislative purposes, and so on. So this is the infrastructure that runs that, including the computer software that runs in the servers, but also your normal software, which is the applications that you have on a day-to-day basis for you to function. Just like now, we are able to run on Teams, we are able to use Office 365. There are different more than 100 applications and systems in the city, and all those systems are running on their own unique softwares, and we run those particular assets. Movable assets is more of your laptops and your desktops, which before we had tablets and things like that, and cell phones, but over the years we have phased those out. And it's very few now in our environment. We keep laptops, cell phones for work that is based on Teams and like your depots and so on. But we phased out the city buying phones for staff in favor of having allowances where staff manage their own assets. Open AUCs, these are projects that are ongoing that we are yet to close. So we categorize them, or even when we have bought computer equipment, but it has not yet been capitalized. So we refer to those as AUCs while they undergo the process of capitalization. Slide 4, excuse that if you are not able to see, but it is immovable asset. So most of our immovable asset, as I said, these are servers, and you'll be able to see that we have struggled over the last few years in terms of the finances and the replacement of the servers. So you'll see in terms of useful life, we have quite very old servers now in our environment, and but they still keep the city going, and we're giving them the total number of those servers that we have in our environment. We have just over 1,000 servers in the city. I'll touch later in terms of what are the current technologies in terms of moving to cloud and so on, which is we're trying as part of the move away from the physical servers because of the strain that it keeps on our environment. But these are the assets that we keep, and there are those that we have identified as well for disposal. We also keep a number of switches. The city has over 300 buildings where we house employees, and each of these buildings, they have connectivity in terms of the network. So there are switches that we keep. These enable us then to ensure that there is connectivity in connecting all those particular buildings. The UPS, it's the assets that we have for alternative energy supply. So, for example, we've had years of load shedding now, so we use UPSs to ensure that servers continue to run when we do not have electricity. So, again, we give an information in terms, the useful life of those is usually just up to about 5 years, but we try through maintenance to extend that life. So we provide that information. The transceivers, those are the assets, again, that we use in our networks for connectivity. And you will see that we also quite have a number of those that are now those ones we maintain, so fairly they are in good conditions. We don't have really very poor in terms of transceivers. IT radios, those are the permanent radios that we keep in our data centers as well for picking up, as I said, when, for example, we lose electricity. It's very important for us to know very quick. So there is security systems and IT radios that we keep for that particular communication. Other computer hardware, that refers to things like air conditioners. So there's a level of temperature that the data centers must run at for the equipment to fully function. And that is the equipment that we refer to in terms of other hardware component. Your intangible software that we use, as I made an example, that we have quite a lot of computer softwares that run the day-to-day business of applications. So we've put that, and as well as all the other licenses that we pay for us to be able to run our environment. The next slide, it's basically the extension of the same, just a different categorization of those particular assets. I move then to movable assets. This is another area that we're having a challenge. In the city, you'll be able to see the numbers of the equipment that we own. Some of that equipment is not the real live laptops and desktops that we have in the environment. It's just around 10,000 to 11,000. But in the city, over the last 5 years, we've had challenges in terms of disposals. We did not have capacity in place to dispose assets, so we've had to keep a lot of computer equipment in stores. So the numbers look very high, but that equipment is kept in stores and is awaiting disposal. It's not really usable. Desktops and desktops, but your full-time employees who work on laptops and desktops is about 10,000, and generally those around 6,000 or so of those laptops are over the age of 6-7 years. So in the city, a normal employee, or at least 60% of the employees are running on very old computers and desktop. You will be able to see there. We have desktops or laptops that get stolen, so we fund them through insurance. Some are vandalized and so on. So we just categorizing in terms of the disposal status, how many of those are currently being replaced under insurance and how many of those we fund. But overall, you will be able to see that we have quite a very aged movable asset portfolio in the city. In terms of the assets that are under construction, these are just mainly the projects that are currently ongoing that we are yet to finalize and are yet to be capitalized. One is the e-health system, which is the system that we're building for all the clinics to digitalize the clinics' environments in the city. So there is about 27 million we have spent in that project, and we are finalizing now the testing and so on, and once it is done, it will be fully capitalized. The S4HANA, which is the replacement ERP that we are currently doing, we are also engaging with finance there in the final stages for us to be able to account for all the deliverables of the phase 1 of the S4, and then once that is done, there will then be full recognition of that project and its capitalization. The rest of the other infrastructure assets, it will have been the servers that we bought in the last couple of years as well, which we are still undergoing the process of installation. Construction of ICT infrastructure, so you'll see we have quite a huge number here. We bought equipment in anticipation that the Midtown building was going to be completed last year. So it's all the equipment that we have bought to fully install in that building. But Group Property has had challenges in finishing a Midtown. So we are keeping that equipment and its asset under construction until Midtown is finished and we are able to install. The other software that has been submitted, it's software that is mostly that is in ICT security, which was bought at the end of last year, so it was not capitalized in time, and we're in the process of capitalizing that. The next slide is insurance claims mostly, where we have bought replacement desktops and laptops, and we are in the process of capitalizing those. The last one is the interactive center. The city here, this one we might write off, Chair, but there was around 2016 or so an attempt for the city to establish an interactive digital center, which was going to have a virtual reality and so on, which we have struggled to have a capacity to maintain that equipment. So currently it's lying in store, and the engagements with TLMA as to whether we can resuscitate that, because it is equipment for the future. However, it requires funding for us to operate that center. So that is assets that we have parked. We also then lastly on your slide it's the cyber security. So we've acquired in the last year or so quite a lot of tools in terms of cyber security. These are just the tools that are going to be able to monitor the cyber security in the city, and the ability for us to detect threats in the environment and respond. So those are the assets that we have bought to capacitate the security operating center, which we once Midtown is done, it will operate from Midtown. The rest of the other things is just the software that we relate as well to security. 40 Analyzer, it's all the softwares that we have at Firewall level to protect the city from things such as spam and all those things. So, Chair, in just summary, our issues around asset management is one is the aging infrastructure, which we have developed a refresh and replacement plan, but obviously in terms of the extent of the city and the capacity, it's just not sufficient. For example, as I said, with computer equipment, over 6,000 computers are over the age of 7 years. But annually, we only have about 10 million, and 10 million at 15,000 for a laptop, and a desktop, a good one, you only able to get around 600 desktops and laptops a year. So it means that the age at which your assets are going down, it's less than what you are able to refresh them. And it's a situation that is catching up with us. There are cybersecurity concerns, because obviously the older assets you have, you are not able to install the latest capacity in terms of tracking, in terms of security, and therefore a lot of our servers run on older versions of and not coping with the latest updates of security, which obviously then opens the city for security concerns. Vandalism and theft, so these are just the issues that we've had, that where we are supposed to use our finances to expand infrastructure and replace assets, we are finding ourselves going back to spending money to replace things that are being stolen. But we are engaging with the Chief of Police on patrol, especially for the critical lines like the Hammanskraal line. We're also having a new problem around Centurion, where our fiber is being cut every Friday night there, and running over the weekend when people can't vend electricity and so on. But we have monitored, we are seeing those trends and have passed on the intelligence to the Chief of Police. The financially unsustainable, I've made the example of the desktops that we only have about 10 million a year against the backlog of 6,000 old computers. It's the same across servers and everything. But we are looking at other models like leases, and we are also engaging with HR that instead of us buying computers for staff, especially management, maybe we must provide allowances and people buy their own computers. It will mean it's less and less assets for the city, obviously. That reduces the strength of the balance sheet. But on the other side is that while you don't have money, you can leverage on employees bringing their own devices to work as opposed to buying assets for them. We're also looking at using private infrastructure. So, for example, as I said, we have over 300 buildings where we house employees, and all these buildings every day must have fiber, must have connectivity, and so on, and it is not sustainable. So we're looking at using maybe private cloud providers instead of investing our own fiber lines. It has its own positive in terms of leveraging on their infrastructure, but there are also other concerns around security and so on. And some of our big projects that we're doing now, we're doing on cloud technology and other pay-as-you-use and pay-as-services. So instead of investing in new servers, we are looking at rather using cloud technology. Again, it has its own positive in that, for example, an S4HANA project will have needed around 100 million upfront to invest in servers and so on. But your cloud, because we do not have that upfront capital investment, we've opted for cloud. But the issue is that it creates all other things around then. How do you own your data? Where is the data kept? Because most of these providers are European and Asian, and they do not have yet data centers in the country. So the issue, there are other issues that are there, but at least it solves the problem of having a more reliable infrastructure. So as opposed to availability that we had before, this availability on cloud is much closer to 99%. Those are the challenges then around managing the portfolio of the assets that we have and some of the solutions going forward. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. The presentation is now up for scrutiny. The time is Okay. So we have at least until 11:30 to ask the questions. Any hands? Yes, Councillor.
No, thanks very much for the presentation. Straightforward presentation. I have two questions to raise. The first one is in relation to asset audit or verification. I thought maybe it will be part of the presentation or a slide there, because I think you might have a large volume of assets that need to be verified or audited, and as a result, we found that you don't have a capacity to do that in terms of asset in location, the accuracy of assets records, or also in terms of theft or also misappropriation of assets. So the question is that do we have a system in place like technology, automated asset tracking that could be utilized to deal with those issues where there is a large volume of assets that we could not even verify physically. So you need a technology, automated system for tracking them. So I thought maybe it will be a part of presentation, but if you can just elaborate in terms of having that, but if we don't have it, then what might be the alternative? The other issues in terms of asset disposal. I heard that for many years you said the city couldn't do asset disposal because we didn't have a capacity. But if you can read section 14, I think, of MFMA, it gives directions as to how the municipality need to dispose assets. So that are particularly not in need. So I just want to check if do we have a policy or a framework that gives guidance as to how we dispose assets. And I see when I was preparing for this meeting, some other municipalities chairperson, they have what they call asset disposal committees that derives powers from the frameworks, where they see it as the committees verifying the asset that could not be utilized anymore, and then have a process as to how they are going to dispose those assets. I think if we don't have such kind of mechanism, we can look into it. But firstly, we need a framework as the institution or the municipality to say this will be our policy disposal framework, or that will guide us as to how are we going to dispose our assets in line with Section 14 of Municipal Finance Management Act. So I just want to hear in terms of those two questions, in terms of processes for verification, in terms of disposal of assets, policy, framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Another hand? All right. If you may, okay, Councillor Mazabadela, and then you can.
Yeah, thank you. Acting Group Head, good morning. Congratulations. Hopefully you are permanent. Sorry. Let me take this thing off. Maybe I'm not hearing myself. Sorry, my council. Two things very quickly here. Your tackle date on assets under construction for let's take one. Let's go to, I think it is the last slide. Maybe I need to be schooled a bit on computer hardware. It says it's 2024, 12, 2024. So I take it by now it is already complete. But my problem is that I don't see the net value for that asset, if there is such a thing, you know. Because I see those that are still under construction. Let's take one again, for example. Or maybe another question that I may ask, maybe to qualify my question, is to say, are any of these assets under construction, are there any that you are currently using while they are being constructed? I would know of maybe that one of SAP for HANA that we use as we build on it. And if we are using some, for example, the cybersecurity tool upgrade, okay, that one is a software, let's leave that one. The radio, about total of 3, it's an asset under construction, but again, I don't see the net value. So I'm giving an example of a completed asset, but it is still under construction. I need to understand. And if it's complete, why don't we have the net book value of it? And the ones that are under construction, but we are still using them, then my question is, why don't we have also the net value of them? And if also further to that acting group head, there is an asset that we are using while we are still constructing it, but it has a lifespan of 5 years or 3 years. Does the lifespan include the time in which we've been constructing it, or we only start calculating its lifespan after the completion of that asset? And maybe if you know, if you don't know, it's fine. Maybe it could be homework for yourself to go and fight for a budget in the next coming cycle. What is the ratio of your staff, IT, to the employee of the city? I know and understand that the acceptable industry is that it should be 1:18. I just need to know if what is your ratio to that. And maybe, Chair, the other one, the last question would be on laptop claims. I see it's also under assets under construction. There's about a total of 67. You're saying they are in good condition. This is the value of them. They are useful for the next 3 years. But again, I don't see the current net value of those laptops that have been claimed. I think that will be that for now, Chair. And maybe I might have a follow-up as to if, depending on the answer that I get from the acting group head.
Thank you. Is it acting group head?
Is it acting group head or acting?
Maybe clarify that for us.
Thanks. No, I'm group head for shared services, but I'm acting as a GSO at the moment. Can I proceed, Chair?
Please.
Thanks. So, yes, the asset verifications we have institutionalized, Councillor, the asset verification. So, in the last, for IT, in the last 5 months of the year, from February thereabout, we go out. So the process is that for every, for example, laptop that we buy, you will see your laptop has a barcode there. So before we issue you, it comes through to IT, we register it, we put a barcode, and then we give you as a user. And on a regular basis, we then go for asset verification. We cover quite a good population at the age lies. Even if you can go to the findings, you'll be able to see that we rarely have where AG comes in, they select a sample and they can't find it. I think we only had one last year was very unique, and the barcode had fallen off on the laptop, and there was an explanation for that. But otherwise, we do physical verification, office to office of our equipment. That's why even what is in the stores, we account for it. And the only issue is maybe, without going much, is what is happening at the showground, where a lot of assets were put there, and it's becoming very difficult to physically verify because of the state of those. The issue of disposal is not a lack of the application. So what we do is we go through the whole process, from going to council, section 14, declaring that the assets are no longer usable and no longer required for service delivery. But then, after you do that, you then hand over assets to supply chain. And then supply chain must then dispose them, either through an auction or through a donation, whatever the strategy that supply chain undertakes, because it's a completion of a supply chain process. You will have started by buying a computer. It was a procurement decision. You use it for 5-6 years, and then it ends. So the city has not had that. It's only started, I think, around September, that the auctioneer has been procured, and that is where you are going to see now a lot of that. So that is the issue, that we unfortunately, you can only take these to the auction yard, and because before we used to take to auction yard even vehicles, but when you find there is that, because there was nothing, these assets will be stolen, the parts will be missing, and so on. So that's why we've decided to keep them in our stores until supply chain is ready to physically dispose. But we, as I said, we go through once, and we have a laptop, for example, yourself. The technician comes, tries to fix it, it's no longer fixed. We then take it, we run the normal impairment on the books, and then we take it to the stores. But so all that processing, there's a policy that looks at the physical or the useful life, what determines that the asset is no longer usable. We go through that whole process of the technician determining that it can be now retired from our asset register. The things, and then Council offense, the issue of takeaway. So once we've bought, for example, computers, and have been some, the issue arises in two ways. One is that there is a delivery of equipment, and finance does not pay yet. As you know, that we've had the struggles with the finances. So you'll find that something might have been delivered in 12 in December, but we are yet to pay this service provider, but the asset is with us. Let's say, for example, a case of a laptop, it's with us, it was delivered in December, but it has not been paid for. Some of it you might find that it was delivered in December, it's only paid for now, because part of capitalizing an asset, you must have paid the supplier, you must have commissioned the asset, it must work, and so on. So it depends. On the hardware, we use the hardware. So when we have a delivery of computers today, whether the supplier is paid or not, we dispatch laptops to users because they need them. But some you find that they are still in the process of capitalization. So the process is that it's tackled, it goes to all through the life cycle of being registered in the asset register up until it's capitalized. And once an asset is capitalized, you can then start depreciating it from a finance perspective. And that is why you don't have the net book value on those, because they are not yet capitalized and we are not yet applying depreciation. You can only get depreciation from a net book value from the value of an asset minus depreciation, then you get the net book value. But until you capitalize and you apply depreciation, you won't have the net book value, and that's why it says not applicable. But if you go to all the other assets in the first slides where we have an acquisition value, a depreciation value, a net book value is reflected. So that is why it is like that. We are trying to work with finance that the process becomes much quicker because if some of, for example, the S4HANA, as you know, we went live the year before, and we have produced all the deliverables, and we demonstrated that the system, we've accepted, the invoices have been paid, but not all the capitalization has been undertaken. Some of it we have to use, and so on. So as far as I know, finance can respond is that the asset, once it's with us and it's new, it starts depreciation. Actually, on delivery, it starts depreciation. But for the books, it is only applied in the system after it's been capitalized. So for example, if you have something that was delivered in 2023, or if you take eHealth, for example, because it's asset under construction, it's not yet depreciation. But when it eventually goes live, here's the owner, chair, the head of asset, is that they will then apply retrospectively the depreciation, and that is where you'll have. But DH Zain, the head of assets, can expand on the accounting process that is followed. The ratio of staff to employees is a very big concern of ours. As you said, the 18 employees is the average. But in the city, for example, technicians, we have 40 technicians. As I said, you have 10,000 at least users on a day-to-day basis. So 40 technicians to 10,000 staff, it is quite an issue. But we try to make. There are services that we've tried to make it self-service, like changing of your password, troubleshooting, and so on, which we're trying to limit the issues of not having enough staff. There is a broader discussion that we are having in the department of internalizing some of the functions so that we use less and less consultants and expand the employees so that those particular ratios improve. But as it is at the moment, it is quite low ratios of our staff to employees. But as I said, we try different means for us to have the reach. There are areas where we're comfortable, like your technician and so on, but there are areas where we are worried. For example, the staff in the servers, where we only have, as you saw, we have 1,000 servers, but we only have, I think, about 3 or 4 staff there that maintain our data centers. So that is where the areas where we are worried. The others is in terms of the network expansion. For example, our corporate Wi-Fi and even our public Wi-Fi, where we have one person that deals with the extent of that, and it's quite a big network running into hundreds of kilometers. But we are looking at the structure and how we'll populate that over a period of time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting Jason. So, I'm not sure about the colleagues here, but I don't hear you speaking about, your department and its performance in relation to the audit. So, what really I'm interested in, and I believe by extent the committee, would be whether you are happy with the performance of your department in relation to your asset register, the valuation of your assets, because we are really called just so that we can try and mitigate this work. We're not really tech fanatics. We're not really interested in the intricate technological, aspect of issues. We are running a municipality. So that is fine for you, for your knowledge. My biggest worry is that we want to know, how do we not get a qualified audit? And the previous audits, how do you view this department? If you are happy with the current audits, if you are not happy, what then are you planning to implement so that we can deal with this? Because I see specific problems in relation to how do you value this asset. That's why generally on your net book value, you technically have not applicables across in general. which is a problem because a lot of these problems were raised by the AG regarding the good standing of the asset register itself. So I need you to maybe address that aspect so that we are clear in terms of what should happen on your side. I'm not sure if there is anything that councillors have. Okay, you can shoot. Oh, no, there's a councillor, you can shoot, and then the acting GSO will come in.
My worry is about abandoned houses, illegal occupation of these houses, aging infrastructure. Do you as a department have a mechanism of how you are going to address this? Because for us as councillors in different wards, we are having a serious challenge that communities end up blaming us for what is happening. And maybe if as a department or as group, shared and what department can assist us on that matter, how are you dealing with that aspect as a department?
Thank you. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, the information around audit is maybe there was a misalignment on the expectation of the information there, but I will provide on the information. As I said, in terms of our asset verification, we have proper accounting of our asset. There is physical verification of all IT assets. We have covered that. And if you go to the AG findings, in as far as IT assets, we do not have those particular issues. As I said, the only issue that we've had before was around ensuring that the barcodes are accounted for and so on, which we have done. And the issues of the disposal of the asset, because I think that is where the current risk is that you have a lot of old desktops and laptops that are stored in the storage. So those can be opened for stealing. I've raised the issue of our worries around the assets that are kept at the showground, because you can verify an asset today, have the proper asset register that you hand over to finance at the end of the year. When AG comes in August, finds that that asset you accounted for it in May, but somewhere between that it has been stolen and you have not accounted for because it's in the storage. All the assets that are with employees, we are able to account for anything that happens after verification up to the time when you draw your financial statements and when the AG comes, because we are able to control that. So the issues of the net book value, as I said, that's the process that we are currently busy with, of ensuring that we close the assets that are under construction. So if you look at our department, we have about 300 million of assets that are under construction, so they have not been capitalized. And if you look at that, the S4HANA system has about 233 million of that 300. So if we can complete the capitalization of the S4 system, we will deal with the problems of the assets that are under construction. The rest of the other assets, as I said, is the e-health system, which we are currently piloting. And once that is piloted and it goes live, we are going to be able to capitalize that. So that's a 30 million out of the rest of the 70 that needs to be capitalized. The rest of the other AUCs are the issues, as I said, that are ongoing. So you will have heard, for example, this year, we had 20 million worth of computer equipment that we bought. That is in different stages of being settled in terms of invoices. And once that is, because the first thing is that the city must pay suppliers. Once you pay, you complete the very first part of having the invoices and the documentation and the good receipts that forms the basis of capitalizing the assets. The rest of the other issues is dealing with the completion of templates and so on. And so if I move from the 300 million of asset under construction 230 million that is in the S4 system. The rest of the 70, the 30 million is e-health. And the rest of the 40, as I said, it's 20 million of the assets that we bought for Midtown. So until the Midtown building is finished, we are not able to install the networks. So that equipment is going to lie with us in storage until group property finishes the office, because we can't install IT equipment while the building is not yet. So we can fully account for the 300 million that is under construction with us, unlike the other problems that have been raised by the AG on, for example, roads, where you are not able to account for roads, where there are difficulties in the methodology. So we don't have those challenges in ICT. The challenges are merely converting the equipment that is still in the process, and I've broken it down for you in terms of that. Otherwise, from the AG report, you'll be able to see that there's nothing the AG says about the ICT equipment, except from the problems that I spoke about of the old aging equipment that is beyond useful life. So I explained to you that we have equipment that initially had a useful life of 10 years. It is now beyond, but we have to keep using that because we don't have finances to replace that. And as I mentioned in terms of how we're mitigating that. So when the AG comes, we are able to show the refresh plan and that is why they are not raising any findings around the issues of using equipment beyond the useful life. It's not because the asset register is accompanied by a plausible refreshment plan that they can be able to see. They raise findings in terms of software, of course, because that's not like the physical equipment, but we've been able to engage them around what are our plans to replace the legacy software. So those are we don't have any AG issues beyond that. We don't have issues of AG not finding desktops that are in the asset register. You'll be able to see that we are able to account for the full population that the AG selects from the sample. So Chair, I think just as an emphasis that which are the AG issues that we face and how we manage them, but they are not at a finding level. The only issue that was a finding in the previous 2 years, as I mentioned, was that interactive digital center that was built around 2013 in Hatfield, and unfortunately could not be operationalized because of the finances. And I've already made the point that we are earmarking that we write off that equipment. We had tried that we reduce it to zero rent as an asset under construction, but that equipment is now 10 years old and it's reaching end of useful life. So we think we are going to dispose of that. So those are the challenges in terms of the management of the IT assets, but as I said, it's not at a finding level. I just didn't get well the last questions are around illegal occupation. I assume that is group property related. But just to say that the main thing that we are trying to do, the councillor, is going back to reevaluate the stock. There are two ways that we're approaching. Some of the good stock that can be managed by group property, we are looking at renewing the leases, because the main thing that the AG is having a problem with is, one, we cannot account for the people that are occupying those houses. Some were years ago given to one person, and that person has subletted to other people. So we're dealing with the issues of going back and making sure that we enter into the new leases. And some of the other alternative is that we're moving some of the other stock to HCT so that it's converted from social housing. So you'll have seen that council over the last 2 years has processed a number of reports where we are moving the stock from group property and letting group property to focus on the strategic assets like the showground and so on, and let these houses, these many houses, be managed by HCT, which has the capacity to manage rental stock and so on. So you'll have seen, for example, Clarina, and so on, which were managed by the city. We've transferred it to HCT. There are also a number of properties in Sunnyside, in Arcadia, which we are transferring for student accommodation and other social housing needs. That is how we deal with that the entity, because then it has the capacity to manage rental as opposed to property. There will be better managers of those as landlords as opposed to the city. Thanks, John.
Thank you. We covered, okay, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chair. Without exposing our environment, if there were to be an attempt of an unauthorized access into our systems, will we be able to protect our environment? I'm raising this issue vis-a-vis the challenges that Musa indicate in terms of the management of our systems. If so, when was the last attempt, and what were the mitigating processes, and exactly where was the attempt of such activities? Were there any losses or were there no losses? In terms of the attempts or the criminals, did we make any arrests?
Another hand, if any. Proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the environment is a very vulnerable environment. As I said, is that we run on a lot of legacy system. It's like trying to. I know the Chair said we must not be technical, but it's trying to use a 3310 Nokia today for all the things that you want to do. It will not be able to have the latest security upgrade and so on. So there are areas that exposes us, but as I said, we have established a security operating center, which is a 24/7 running center that have security analysts who pick up threats on an ongoing basis. So as much as you're able to get into the environment, we are confident that we have the right tools that pick up, and we are able to isolate machines and so on. So you'll be able to see that the problems that the city of Joburg has had and so on of the denial of service, we've not had those incidences. But we've had some of the incidents that have happened. Part of them were user behavior. For example, the largest that we had in 2022 was when the pensioners, the 60 million, which was diverted. But as I said, it was user behavior and process behavior, because what happens in finance there was that every month someone went and created a bank account to pay the 60 million of the benefits. And the story goes that the computer was taken over remotely by someone, and that person put in a different account. But that matter is with the Hawks. They have been arrested, and we'll be able to see. We are monitoring that case close, because it will be able to tell us as to what were the lapses. But we did learn from that incident, and many of the computers that were enabled for remote access, we deactivated them. Why we had enabled them was exactly what Councillor Offense had raised, that we have only 40 technicians for 10,000. So if someone has a problem today in Broncoscrate, you can't really drive the technician there to fix. So what we normally do is that we enable that laptop for remote, so that the technician can access it remote and help. But what it also then opposes us is that anyone can then hijack that for remote. So we did learn, and we did see that some of the sensitive environment, like the HR processing of creditors, we must not have things like remote access. Technicians must come personally so that we can account who was on a computer. There are also other tools that we're able to buy. So you will see, for example, we have some user analytics behavior. So some of the users who perform very sensitive transactions, we record what they do, so that we can be able to track back. If someone comes and say, no, someone took over my computer and 60 million was stolen, we are able to look at the reality of that, whether it's true or not. But it is a vulnerable, but as I said, we're mitigating in many respects. We have the daily SOC that monitors the threats, and as some computers that are sensitive, we have deployed tools to monitor user behavior. So we are able to see in advance when a user is doing so. For example, if you pay creditors, your computer can't be on at 12 midnight. You must pay creditors during the day. So we are able to pick and track, is there anyone who's using a very sensitive computer at the hours that it should be utilized. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We covered colleagues. Councillor Mazwega.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, acting GSO. I wanted to correct myself. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, acting GSO. We are happy so far. We shall then move and proceed to the next presenter. Thank you for coming, and may you please continue to fight that battle until you win it. Thank you very much. As the acting GSO exits as from Group Financial Services. Okay, great stuff. So the floor is all yours. You need a body break? 2. Okay, maybe then let us return at 11:35. Thank you. Just for about 5 minutes. Thank you. Greetings, colleagues. We will now hear the presentation from Group Financial Services on property, plant and equipment. As you know, this is one of the areas that was of concern in relation to the AG findings for the 2023-2024 financial year audit. However, the presentation will guide us and then we'll follow up with the questions as per the norm. Thank you very much. As you begin, you would have to just clarify your credentials and your name so that you are aware who are dealing with and so on. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Zain Meamo, and I'm the divisional head responsible for assets and financial reporting. So, my division, we are responsible for the reporting of the assets, not the managing of the assets. So, we're also responsible for ensuring that the asset register is updated. So, we're essentially the custodians of the asset register. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the CFO, since we are directly responsible for the assets. Chair, the presentation will cover the policy of the assets for the city. It will also talk to the non-current asset values for the city. We'll talk to the issue of GRAP compliance. Then we'll also talk to issues of the non-current assets controls surrounding the asset register. So, Chair, with regards to the assets which we have, we've got living resources. Living resources, essentially, these are can be animals, can be plants. So we record them separately in our asset register. We also have investment property. Investment property is essentially assets which we rent out, or they are assets which are kept by the city for the purposes of capital appreciation. Then we have intangible assets. These intangible assets, they are essentially assets which we can't touch or feel. So mainly, we're talking to assets like your ICT software. That's what gets classified as the intangible assets. Then we also have heritage assets, which is essentially community-based assets, which have got value to the community. Then we've got what we call property, plant and equipment. And property, plant and equipment consists mainly of our infrastructure assets. So we're talking to roads infrastructure, we're talking to electricity infrastructure, pipes, water infrastructure. That is what we classify as property, plant and equipment. Moving to slide 4. This just talks to issues of our accounting policies. So as a city, we record our assets at cost. So it basically means that whatever we have paid for is actually what we put in our asset register. Other organizations, what they do on a consistent basis is they revalue their assets. So, for instance, you might build a road for 20,000. In 10 years' time, that road is not worth 20,000. You then adjust it to the current value. But for the city of Tshwane, we actually don't do that. We just measure the assets at cost, and then we keep them at that amount. So, for investment property, what we have got the land and the buildings. We also have a principle which we call useful life. Basically, the useful life talks to the period which you can use the asset for. So, for instance, for a car, usually you use a car for 5 years. Then, in accounting terms, we then say that the useful life is 5 years. So, because land doesn't really depreciate, we don't have a useful life for land. We measure it as indefinite. Then for our buildings, depending on the type of building which we can have a short useful life as far as little as 3 years, and we can also have a useful life of 100 years. And this is dependent on the state in which the building is in, as well as what the building is used for. So for intangible assets, mainly computer software as well as services. Computer software, as a minimum, we use 5 years as the useful life. But on a yearly basis, we then assess whether that useful life is still valid, and we then extend that depending on the status of the asset. Moving on to the next slide, which covers property, plant, and equipment. So on property, plant, and equipment, there are various components. We've got operational buildings, which we measure from 3 to 100 years. Transport assets, we have 3 to 15 years. Community assets, 3 to 100 years. Housing, 10 to 119 years. Furniture and office equipment, 2 to 10 years. Machinery and equipment, 2 to 15 years. Library materials, 5 to 20 years. Service concessions, community, 3 to 100 years. Then we've got service concession, Swane House, which is this building, 30 years is the useful life. Then leased assets and the vehicles, equipment, or assets of that nature, we measure that from 3 to 20 years. I think it's also important to highlight that we use a range for the useful life, or how long we're going to use the asset, because the assets are different. And a small vehicle, which is a hybrid, will not have the same useful life as a larger vehicle, which we use to collect waste, for instance. So that is why you see that we put a range. So the lower number will be the minimum number of years, and then the number on the far right then will be the maximum number of years. We then move to living resources, which is slide 6. We also have the various useful lives for animals. Cattle, we use 20 years. Poultry, we use 10 to 20 years. Deers, we use 21 years. Goats, it's 15 years. Horses, we use 25 years. Pigs, 20 years. Sheep, 20 years. Dogs, 10 years. And the horses for law enforcement, they've got a shorter useful life because of the amount of work which they do. Then that will be 10 years. We move to the next slide, which is slide 7. So this slide talks to what is the value of that particular asset item within the asset register of the city. So the first slide talks to investment property, which says that our land for our investment properties worth $1 billion and 20 million, and the total cost for the investment property within the city is 2.5 billion. As I mentioned earlier on, this does not mean that is the value. This just means this is what we actually paid for, and it can be worth much more. So on a yearly basis, we also depreciate the assets. Basically, the depreciation of the assets is essentially saying, on a yearly basis, my assets are losing value. So to what extent have they lost value? And then for the investment property, that is 432 million, giving us a carrying value of 2 billion for investment property. So this carrying value, which you see on your extreme right, is what is also called the net book value. So we are saying as of the 31st of December 2024, we had investment property worth 2 billion. If we go to the next slide, we now talk to property, plant and equipment. Members will recall that we said for all our long-term assets, we've got different classes. First one was 2 billion. Then we've got the property, plant and equipment. And property, plant and equipment consists of land, buildings, transport assets, infrastructure. Infrastructure, that is where you find your roads, your power assets, your electricity assets, your water assets, community, your sports grounds, that is where you classify them. Then we've got other property, plant and equipment, and basically you're talking about your furniture and fittings, the smaller type of assets. And because of their nature, we just classify them under other property, plant and equipment. Then we've got Swane House, which is reclassified differently as standalone. Then we've got housing assets. Then we've got other assets which we're leasing. These are mainly vehicles which we're leasing. So the total cost of these assets, property, plant and equipment, is 85 billion. And the accumulated depreciation and accumulated impairment is 38 billion, giving us a carrying value of 47.2 billion. So it's important to mention that if you look at this number, 47 billion, just for your property, plant and equipment, and we also then look at how much we are spending as a city on capex, which is usually around 2 billion. It then tells you that progressively, the assets or the asset base of the city is going down, and obviously there is a need to have more money being invested in the assets of the city. If we go to intangible assets, which is the next slide, slide number 9, we've got computer software, which is 1.1 billion, and servitudes, which are 490 million. Then that gives us a total cost of 1.6 billion and a carrying value of 1 billion. That is the net book value for the intangibles. So computer software, you're looking at stuff like our SAP system that sits in there. If we go to the next slide, which talks to heritage assets, and you're looking at works of art, historical buildings and land, and other heritage assets, we've got a total of 3.6 billion worth of heritage assets. We have impaired or depreciated 327 million, giving us a carrying value of 2.3 billion in terms of our heritage assets. If we then go to our living resources, total cost is 590 million, accumulated depreciation 290 million, then the carrying value is actually 299. Right. So in the request we had, there was a comment that we should talk to issues of the GRAP standards. The GRAP standards, which is just generally the rules for accounting, which govern the recognition or the recording of the long-term assets in our books. We've got GRAP 17, which is for property, plant and equipment. We've GRAP 16, which talks to investment property. GRAP 26, which talks to impairment of cash-generating assets. GRAP 21, which talks to impairment of non-cash-generating assets. GRAP 103, which talks to heritage assets. And GRAP 110, which of introducing the non-living resources. Graph 31, which talks to issues of intangible assets. So, in terms of how we record our assets and how we report them in our financial statements, so these are the rules which we use for us to ensure that the recording is accurate. It's also then important to talk to the critical assets controls, which are there to ensure that we have a credible asset register, or we have a credible assets recording for the city. We maintain the fixed asset register on a consistent basis. We are consistently updating it so that whatever assets which we get, they're recorded in the asset register. The city has also set up an oversight committee on assets, which is called the Strategic Asset Management Committee, SAMCO, where basically all issues of assets are looked at within the city. Issues of assets under construction, they are also looked at so that they can actually, we can start reducing them. We do yearly verification of all assets, and we also do a yearly assessment of useful lives, impairment, and asset conditions. So here we will be looking at each and every asset which we have, and we say, this asset, we thought that we're going to use it for 5 years, but because we don't have money, we're still using the asset less than the useful life should then just be extended. Maybe this car was supposed to have been disposed of past in the last 5 years, but if we're still using it, then we extend the useful life because we're still using it. Then on a yearly basis, we also update the asset management policy just to ensure that the asset management policy is in line with the situation which we have on the ground. I think, Chair, one of the things which is not covered or in the presentation, I think there wasn't clarity on whether you wanted us to touch on the issue of the qualification which we have. I can then touch on that issue a little bit later once it has been agreed upon. Thank you, Chair. That is our presentation with regards to the accounting of assets within the city.
Right. Thank you very much. We would just open for the questions here, but what I'm not interested in remedying the situation whereby the PPE remains finding on the 23-24 financial year audit, annual audit, and then not just limited to that, it has been a problem. The quality of the asset register, and then what steps are in place currently to deal with all those issues. So we are more interested in those nitty-gritties in relation to that, because we would like to see the next audit not having the same problems or at least reduced at the bare minimum, if we can eliminate and deal with all those problems and do away with them altogether. So that would be the first one. Of course, the colleagues are also allowed and able to also chip in. Or maybe you can deal with that one while they are warming up. Thanks.
Okay, Chair. So I'll give a bit of background in terms of how we got into the situation which which we find ourselves in. The assets of the city have been qualified, for the past 3 financial years. And the genesis of the qualification was that in 2020, 2021, the city embarked on a process of asset verification. And primarily, the objective of that process was just to really get an accurate count of the assets which we have within the city. So after that process took place, there were certain assets which were discovered or were found to be on the flow, but were not recorded on the asset register. But in order for us to ensure that our assets for the city are complete, those assets which were found on the flow but not on the asset register were then brought into the asset register. However, the challenge emanated from the value at which these assets were then brought into the asset register. The city took values, or I would say similar values of assets from the city of Ekurhuleni, because the thinking was that Ekurhuleni is almost similar in terms of the asset size to the city. So the value of the assets from Ekurhuleni should be a fair reflection of the value of the assets within the city of Tshwane. That approach was not agreed upon by the AG. The AG said that the conditions of the assets are different, so we cannot take those values from Ekurhuleni. So what we then did was we then said, and this is in the 2023-2024 financial year, we then looked at similar assets within the city. So for instance, if we brought in a substation into the asset register, we then said, if you look at the substations which we have within the city, regardless of when they were bought, what is their unit cost? Then we then took the average of those costs and we applied it to the assets which were found. The AG was not fully satisfied with that approach because they were worried about whether the unit cost which you have taken is for a new substation, for instance, will then have inflated the pricing. So what we have then done was that what we have done now is we said, okay, we will check the unit cost or the average prices up to 2011 going backwards, and then we will then apply that to the assets which we have found. AG is sort of satisfied with that approach which we're doing. We have made a presentation to the AG in February to show them the calculations which we have done and on whether they are actually agreeable to that methodology. In principle, they have agreed. However, what we have now done, what we're doing as a city is that for that item of PPE which is qualified, we will then present to the AG our final calculations by the 31st of March. Then AG audits it. If there are any challenges, they give us the feedback before we get to end of year. So we'll get the feedback probably in the month of May on whether they are agreeable to it, and if there are any changes which we need to make, we'll then be able to make those changes before the start of the new financial year or before the closing of the new financial year. What we're doing here is we want to ensure that the principles are agreed upon before we have the final set of financial statements which we'll submit to the AG on the 31st of August. Because what happened last year was that there wasn't an agreement with AG, and when they were auditing, they then decided to say that they don't agree with that. So the change in the current year is we will send the information to the AG on the 31st of March. They'll audit that information. Once they've audited that information, they'll give us feedback, and whatever feedback we should get, we will then effect corrections into the books. Then we are likely not to have this issue recurring in the coming year. So that is the plan which we have put in place for property planning equipment.
All right. Is there any hands? Yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. One category that I'm missing in terms of assets, we've been caught wanting several times. I mean, even the executive mayor yesterday made mention of it in the Imbizo, in Erasmus Kloof, that we are not sure in terms of employee numbers. What is it that we have? I was hoping that there would be a human capital resource, especially a slide dedicated to that. That takes us through as to what is it that we have in terms of human capital, because that is very, very, very important. Not unless if it's somewhere in another portfolio and it will be presented to us one day. But I was hoping that it will feature here, because human capital is very important in terms of us as the city. So I've checked in terms of the presentation, nowhere is indicated.
I think, Chair, we can liaise with the Human Capital Department so that we can get the numbers, and then they'll then be communicated, the exact numbers.
Okay. Is it acceptable, Councillor Marisha? Thank you. Is
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah. I thought maybe the colleague there will speak, because the AG didn't only raise the issue of methodology in terms of property, plant, and equipment assets, but the other key area of concern was in relation to the compliance in relation to accounting standards when we do our asset valuation. So I wanted to check, I thought maybe it would be part of presentation as to how far are we in terms of complying with the accounting standards when we deal with asset valuation, and how far are we. And the other issue is in relation to the asset valuation, that perhaps what we need to do is to do continuous asset valuation before we could submit to Auditor General, or before they could audit, so that we can proactively know where the municipality does not get it right, rather than waiting for Auditor General to flag the city. Perhaps we need to check continuous evaluation internally, so in preparation for the audit, rather than waiting for the Auditor General to come and tell us that no, you are not in compliance with accounting standards, you are not, your methodology is not accurate. We can see those issues before the AG can tell us. I think we need proper internal control to deal with those issues. I understand that you are undertaking an internal review we are conducting internal review in relation to plan PPE in line with AG. And my proposal is that in that internal review that we are conducting, please ensure that we have a continuous valuation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Any response? Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Councillors. So, with regards to the continuous valuation as well as verification of the assets, I think it's something we as an organization have been lacking, and this mainly comes from us not going out to verify our assets. But I'm pleased to say that the core departments have been busy as we speak to go and assess these assets and actually see whether the value which they are recorded at is correct. The structure which I was talking to, the SAMCO, which sits every month, we have set a deadline for the 31st of March that at least 20% of the assets, people should actually have gone to see these assets so that we know that whether the valuation is right and whether those assets are actually there. Our asset policy says that over 5 years, we should verify and look at all the assets. So that is why we then made a target to say at least 20% per year should be seen and should be assessed. So we'll be getting an updated report with regards to how far the departments have actually gone to look at these assets. And with regards to the compliance with accounting standards, on the issue of the valuation, I think the biggest challenge which we had, because we had used incorrect unit rates, that then affected the value of the assets. So once we correct the issue of the unit rates, then the accession of valuation for the assets will be corrected, and then it will be fully compliant with regards to the accounting standards. So I must say as well that we're not just waiting for AG from our side to advise, or we are actually having our own internal assessment. For instance, every quarter, each and every department receives what we call a compliance certificate, basically, which talks to whether that department's assets are compliant in terms of GRAP, whether they've done their asset verification. So that is something which we communicate on a quarterly basis. So I think the assurance which we can give the committee is that there is work which is done internally just to ensure that we land at the right amount in terms of our assets, and we're quite confident in terms of the work which we have done, and we believe that this year we should be able to get it right. That is the plan which we have, the plan which we have put in place, and that is why we want AG to come in earlier, so that if there are any misunderstandings, they are corrected before we get to the end of the financial year, and we believe that that is the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just the last question, there was a comment you made that in principle all your assets depreciate every year. So I just wanted to check that, do we have any assets in the city that are appreciating in value? Just in relation to that, because there was a comment you made right at the beginning where you said that there is a depreciation. Do we have any assets that are appreciating in value? in the city according to how we are currently doing things. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, maybe Councillor Majanchi.
Maybe just to add on those ones. You can hear this item, it's a graveyard slot in radio terms. And that tells you that we need to do more work and we need to give more treatment on this. It might not be now, but I think continuously we'll have to find a way as a committee to, especially around the issues that there is continuous work that is being made. I am more interested that there should be a breakdown in terms of around slide 5. I'm not comfortable to be told that we've got operational buildings. I need an indication. It must be in a form of maybe a table or so on. Indicate to me how many buildings do we have and how many are operational so that we get a sense of whether we know where these things are. You go again to the category of vehicles. Do we have a sense in terms of tentatively how many vehicles overall do we have, and then put them into categories to say utility vehicles, we've got this. Currently where we are, so many are stationary, so many are operational, and so on and so forth, and also create a special row that will indicate under vehicles the number of vehicles that we are listing, how many are operational, and so on and so forth. So we need to go into much detail when we deal specifically with the slide that deals with assets, so that we can have a sense, and also it will give us an opportunity to understand the city much better, because in most cases, us as ward councillors, us who are traveling the length and breadth of the city, so we're able to do oversight in as far as what is concerned. But I would want us as a committee continuously to give much treatment on this particular aspect of asset management. Like I'm indicating that you can even hear now that we are in a graveyard mode, but this is a very important aspect of the city that we need to do continuous work on it.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think if I can start with the comments, the last comments, we will provide the information. But I must say, yes, this is very important. The balance sheet of the city, 70% of it is these assets. So when we talk about City of Tshwane, we're talking about these assets. So we've got a balance sheet of 60 billion, 47 billion is assets. So I fully concur that there is a need for continuous interaction around the assets, so that everyone is on the same page with regards to the assets which we have. And as a city, because they also determine the amount of, or the capacity of the city to be able to deliver services is determined by these assets. We don't have assets which are appreciating on our asset register. We just record them at cost. In as much as we know that there are certain assets which might be increasing in value, but for our policy of the city is that we record this asset at cost and we don't revalue them on a consistent basis. There are other organizations which revalue their assets probably after 5 or so years, but because of the nature of the organization in which we are, there isn't much value in terms of revalue unless if we want to use the value of the assets to borrow money. But as we stand, we don't have any assets which are appreciated. Thank you.
All right. So my question was based, I was asking that question because in many occasions, if you take a private owned property, and of course I know this is public versus private, and you buy and purchase a house, in general, what would happen is that the value of that house would go up, means it will then appreciate from time to time. I don't know whether ours does not appreciate because it's not maintained well, the infrastructure is decaying, or what exactly is the, besides borrowing, but borrowing also is a very important tool for the city, so that when we go out and look for money, whether we've got a problem with short-term loans and so on, we are able to can say, no, the city is having this particular portfolio worth of properties, which in return can be used as some form of either collateral or something against the banks and stuff. I'm sure you then understand that it's generally very difficult to run any institution without using people's money, other people's money, in this case borrowing. But then again, the follow-up, which is, I believe, the last one for myself, if we had to ask you to present us, because I believe you are the custodian of the asset register, if we had to ask you to present a proper detailed asset register, do you have it? Is it accurate? If not, when can we have it? A proper asset register for the city. As the custodian of that asset register, yourself or under your department, semantics on my side. Maybe that's just as far as one would go. Thanks.
We do have a proper asset register. It's quite big. Our asset register is 1.8 million assets, like individual assets. So it's big. We're able to share that. It's quite difficult to open. Needs specialized machines to be able to just access it. So we are able to provide that. We're not able to send it on email because it's too big to be able to actually send on email, but we can make arrangements that the committee can have sight of it. But I just wanted to just give you the context to say it's 1.8 million individual assets. So it just tells you how big this asset register is. But we can provide. We've got it in the system. We can make arrangements for that. So in terms of evaluation, it's just that is our policy as a city. We don't do the reevaluation for the assets as you indicated, but it's something obviously then which needs to be changed, then it has to go through the normal processes. But at this point in time, whatever we paid for is what sits on our asset register. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Members, you have any bites? We are fine. All right. No, thank you very much for your presentation. We will make arrangements to have sight of the asset register through the colleagues, and then we'll take it from there. And then we'll take this discussion further from the issue, because then we'll get guidance in relation to the valuation as to what is it that ought to be done, if anything should be done at all. But thank you very much, and we appreciate your time here and the answers that have been provided. At least we are now a bit at ease to know that there is some work being done, and those questions that were raised by the AG, at least we have some understanding of what have you done and what was the motivation behind a certain accounting practices that you applied in the 2023-2024 financial audit, but also urge you to really try to go and push for us to not have this problem in the coming, because if we can get a clean audit, the city itself will be able to reap the benefits of it, and we can bring back the confidence into the city. So it's a legacy you can leave this here with, and of course the CFO as well. If you work together, you can address the PPE issue. I think a lot of our problems will be resolved, because then it touches in. It's a very critical matter, and the AG is not going to overlook it at any point, because it's a critical part of the audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, members.
Right, colleagues, I do not think there's someone here yet. Is there someone? Oh, very by the corner. Okay, thank you. As you exit quietly, we will. Is it water? Okay. We have someone from water and sanitation, asset management. The slot is between 1300 and 1530. You will, of course, introduce yourself, then you are able to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee. My name is Tiane Sambo, the acting group head for water and sanitation, Chair. Indeed, Chair, I will take you and I take note that you discuss the issue of the asset at a corporate level. So for us to try and just speak to the water and sanitation aspect of it, just to support the work that was presented by Group Financial Services. Chair, just to mention that, I don't know, Stella, there's another presentation that has additional slides on AUCs. So just check if the members are having that one, because I just wanted them to have a glimpse of how we're dealing with the AUCs. I don't know if that was not part of the expectations, but just check for me. Chair, we just starting by saying that in terms of the asset management, of course, it's work that happens between ourselves and the region. We know that the regions may come back to the department at some point, but for now, I think we felt that it's important that we highlight that there is work that sits within the region. And I will highlight just now, if you go to slide number 3, where we are just trying to show the value chain. So you see that the value chain starts from a water source. So a water source will be a water treatment works, or a borehole, or a fountain. So even there, you already now start to have an asset where you start with the water sources. The purification plant, which is part of the source. So purification plant is the one that takes from the source at the river or aquifers. And then you've got the bulk distribution. So the bulk distribution is the one that takes the water to the storage. So those pipes there are part of the assets with their fittings, the valves and all their fittings. So those are part of the 1.8 million assets that GFS spoke to. Our bulk storages, which are the reservoirs, those as well are assets. We have a number of them. We have a separate report that speaks to all our assets in terms of the bulk storages. So we have a number of reservoirs in all the regions. Reticulation, that is the work, Chair and Committee, where I'm saying we are doing it together with the regions, because the regions are in charge of the reticulation. So even there's pipes, there's valves, that form part of the asset register. At the household level, you have got meters that we are using to bill the client. So the work that happens up until the meter, it's work it's asset that belongs to the city, and of course from the meter into the house, that asset belongs to the household. We have the waste collectors, and these are your sewer pipes. Even there, you have a number of assets, including your pump stations, wherein we are not able to use gravity. So those pipes and pump stations are part of the assets. And of course, the wastewater treatment works, which is another asset that cleans the water back to the source. The next slide, we just again just trying to do a value chain, call it the life cycle of an asset, and I think maybe GFS may have spoken to this, that it all starts with an asset creation where we decide that we're going to build a facility, a wastewater treatment works or a water treatment works. Once you're done with it and you've capitalized it, it becomes an asset. You go into maintenance and operation. And after a period which is defined, you go into a condition assessment and performance assessment. Based on the condition of the asset, then you decide to upgrade. So once you upgrade it or you renew it, you're trying to bring back the value because you would have realized that it's no longer serving the purpose. The value may have depreciated to a point where it's no longer giving you value. So you upgrade it or renew it. In cases where it's no longer serving the useful purpose, then you will assess it. And I think the one step that I missed is the assessment of the future demand, which precedes the creation of an asset or the acquisition. The next slide, it's a lengthy one. I think it's just speaking to the asset creation, the route that the asset creation follows, which is the IDP process, the master planning. So it's just the route that we follow in terms of the asset creation and all the relevant legislative documents that you follow when you create that asset. And again, I think finance should have spoken to some of this. In terms of specific plans, I know, Chair, you spoke to the plans of the whole city, but within there are sectoral plans. So in terms of the water and sanitation sectoral plans, they were approved based on the approved special development framework, and this was done in December of 2022. The water services development plan was approved by council in July 2022. And of course, we do have annual procurement plans for new infrastructure or for renewal. I think those ones come each time when we do the budget. I think if you look at the budget submission, we are able to show which ones are new asset, which ones are renewal and maintenance. And those plans were, the maintenance plans were submitted to the COO in the beginning of this current financial year. The disposal plan in terms of the policy, there is a disposal policy in the city. Those get submitted through the CFO to council as part of the implementation of the disposal policy. The next slide, we're just showing the integration of the plans. Of course, as I've said, that you already spoke to the whole plans of the city. It's just showing the different layers. So ideally what you want to see is, if you look at one plan, if it was easy to just zoom into one plan for an area, you'll want to see all the sectoral plans showing how they are interrelated to each other. The water, how it's interrelated to the sewer, the electricity, the roads, and all other plans that are sitting there. So you should be able to superimpose them on one plan to see how they sit in relation to each other. Of course, ours will just be to deal with the water and sewer. The next slide, Chair, is just, again, speaking to the value chain. It's speaking the same message as the initial one. It's just a different way in which it is depicted. For instance, we're speaking of commissioning, which we didn't say earlier, because it's a different language. Decommissioning as well is a different language when you're no longer using the asset. So I'm not going to dwell much into that. It's just a different depiction of the same information that I've already spoken to. Slide number 10 speaks to the present and future demand. This is for water infrastructure. So you see, if you were to zoom in, I know it's difficult on this particular slide, but if you were to zoom in, it's able to show you where the demands are based on the master planning. So all these areas where there's a demand for water infrastructure, you will see the color moves from lighter blue to darker blue. The darker shades of blue are the ones where the demand is high, and then the lighter ones are where the demand is low. So you are able to, from time to time, we're able to zoom into areas where there's high demand and areas where there's a low demand. The next slide is just showing the entire population of the existing water infrastructure. the amount of kilometers of length of water, which is now currently sitting at 10,892. And I'm sure you'll hear in most of our presentations where we say this is infrastructure that in most cases is aging. We still have asbestos pipes from many years before I was born, or even my parents were even born as well. That's how old some of our pipes are. The number of pump stations, 189, they are sitting across different regions within the city. I already spoke to the valves, both on the bulk feeders and the reticulation networks, and all these Chair, are the assets that are helping us to distribute the water. I think the last point there is the replacement value in terms of rand, millions of rand, which is 30. It's actually 30 billion. It's not 30 million. It's actually 30 billion. If I go to the next slide, new network condition for the city. So the previous one was showing the demand. This current one is showing the age. So if you look at the age, you will see that the ones that are, if you look to the right, the ones that are less than 5 years at the red ones, the darker red. The orange one, they are less than 10 years. The green ones are less than 20 years. Blue ones are light blue, are less than 50 years. And then you have those ones that are more than 50 years. You can see that you do have those that are more than 50 years in terms of the useful life of the pipes. The ones that are less than 5 years, in fact, let me explain it better. So if you're saying they are less than 5 years, it's 5 years of useful life. So you're saying if this thing is not replaced now, it doesn't have life anymore. The next one, you're saying if you don't replace it in the next 10 years or less, this thing will not give you any life. And you can imagine, then it means you can't have water flowing in that thing. So that's how it must be interpreted. So the ones that are in red are the ones where we are in dire need. It means this thing is already failing. Hence, you will see in most of the regions when you're driving around, you're already having so many leaks because this thing is already dead. It can't be fixed any longer. Sanitation, again, in terms of sanitation, this slide is just showing the demand, wherein the darker colors of blue are showing the areas with high demand, and then the lighter colors is lesser demand. We've done the same thing with the extent of sewer, where we are showing the number of pipes, and then we are showing the kilometers. In total, we've got 8,815 kilometers of the length of sewer infrastructure. The number of pump stations are 77. And of course, I'm sure you may receive, as councillors, some of these complaints that some of these pump stations are very old. I know there are some that we're addressing now that are very old and they are no longer serving the purpose. I know there are some in Region 7, some in Region 2, in recent times that we have been addressing. Replacement value for the 3 billion in terms of the sewer lines. Again, you already have the database of where the bad ones are sitting, and then it shows you the conditions, and we're using that, the legend of the colors, 0 to 50%, 50 to 80, and just like that, and you'll see we're able to track which ones are very old, and what this does is, as we do the planning, we know which ones are closer to failing. Of course, Chair, I must mention that over and above the normal planning, you do have those ones that suffer because of vandalism. We know there are areas where people just throw things into the sewer lines. So this is not looking at that, it is looking at the condition using the technical methods. The slides that I'm saying where I was asking Sitelo to check if you are having are the ones that we added, I think, after the initial draft was sent, where we are looking at the AUCs, where we are saying we have a total of 2.2 billion AUCs. Few things that we need to note from that is that we do have those ones that are already having contractors. So obvious, because you have not completed, you are still constructing, you will have them as AUCs. We have the ones that are in payments, where we either ask you for the budget or they will go towards the write-off. We do have the designs that are no longer serving the purpose. I think in recent times, there's a report that was prepared for council where we are saying these designs will no longer be used because they are no longer in line with the current standard or with the current needs. Say, for instance, we had a pipe of 50 millimeters before a certain community was there. Now, if the community has grown, you know that that pipe is not going to serve the purpose. So those are the type of things that we're having. So that's what we have. So as and when, Chair, there are those designs that we know, or those facilities that we know that we can no longer bring them into useful life. So those ones get written off. Those ones that are facilities that are there that can still be completed, we take them through the budgeting process, and then they get addressed through the budgeting process. There's a slide where we're just giving an example of the latest report where we're writing off a sewer system that was done and it didn't serve the purpose that it was designed for. And at the same time, we also had a report that we did that was directed to council, where in Ridgevlei, for instance, there was a failed project due to technology that could not be used going forward, and that report was addressing those. So that's what we're doing in terms of AUCs, Chair. I just felt that we need to highlight on the issues of AUCs and the work that we're doing in that regard. Chair, I hope that I've covered all the areas as per the expectations. I know that my colleagues Reta and Sbu Sister were on their way here, but I should be able to answer any question in terms of the presentation that we've just made, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Committee members, any questions, clarities, questions or comments? All right. No. Oh, yes. Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. Well, even my presentation misses the last few slides, but I think you've got the gist of what are they all about. We're sitting in a problem of water and sanitation as a country as a whole. And something comes to my mind, and I ask myself, what informs the situation where, as a city, we get to a point where either we've constructed an asset a long time ago, and today it has got some maintenance challenges or whatever weaknesses that it might have. What informs us to get to a point where we say we are decommissioning and to some extent we are even disposing the asset like a water purification or a water treatment plant? What informs us to get to that point? I'm just merely raising this issue that as a city, we are a living city. We are growing on a daily basis. And something tells me that we continuously need these assets and newer assets for us to continue to be able to service the growing population. But I don't get the gist or the reasons behind us getting to a point where we're saying we're disposing. Because if we're disposing, it means at some point there would be someone who might even show interest of acquiring such a facility. Now the question becomes, if a private entity would show interest of acquiring such a facility, what is it that informs us not having an interest of continuing to have such assets and continue to refurbish them or either reconstruct them and make them that we put them to good use? That boggles my mind. The same thing it happens to electricity infrastructure. I mean, what informs us having a notion of maybe to sell an assets like a power station? So in relation to this presentation, I'm asking around the issues of water treatment plants.
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you so much, Chair. So in terms of the disposal, I think maybe let me correct the language. So it's equipment within within the plant. So what happened was, and I think it will happen a few times going forward, and I'll explain why. So what happened was with this particular equipment within the plant, there was a need. I think there was a feasibility study that was done, and it was decided that there's a need to improve on the technology. So it was the technology within the plant. So the plant itself is not going to be disposed. It's still there. It's running. We are improving it daily. It was just equipment that was meant to make it to function optimally. So it was a new way of cleaning water within the plant. So the plant's still there, but there was a proposal to come up with a technology to clean water. Unfortunately, the service providers that were coming with this proposal went into trouble. I think the city is trying to go after them to make sure that we recover whatever we need to recover. But it was just components within that were meant to clean the water differently. And we continue, remember, to look for ways to improve, because you will know, for instance, the people of Region 7 are struggling because the plant there is very old. So we're not going to dispose the plant, but what we are saying is we need to get to a point where those pumps that were done back 100 years ago, we need to come with better technology to make sure that that plant functions optimally for our people in Region 7 to get water full time. We can't afford for that plant to disadvantage our people. So when it comes to those kind of situation, we are able to say, let's decommission the pumps because they are no longer serving the purpose, and then we come up with a newer technology. So that's what happened, Chair, if that answers the question.
All right, thank you. I guess this will be the end of our presentation. We are covered, unless there is another hand. No, we are fine, thank you. Then as we exit quietly, we will entertain the presentation from Health Services as regarding the asset management of the medical and non-medical devices management. Welcome, colleagues. The presenter would, of course, just introduce themselves and their rank or position or occupation. Then we will take the presentation and then the questions will follow just after. Thank you very much and welcome. Yes, it's the last presentation, David Chief. Yeah, this one takes us to lunch. Unfunded lunch.
Good afternoon, councillors and colleagues. My name is Libuani. I'm the divisional head at the health department. I'm here to represent the department, and the group head is attending another session, which is the budget steering committee, but he has assigned me to deal with this assignment. I'm with Esther Prinsloo. She's our deputy director who deals with assets, and she will be the one who is taking the committee through the presentation, and I will be here to respond together with her if there are any questions. Thank you. I will hand over to my Esther.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, DH.
Just
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors and colleagues. I would like to start the presentation.
Just a minute, colleague. Yes, Deputy Chief.
Just on a lighter note, the department cannot send junior staff to come and present to us. We must go back and
proceed.
Chief, maybe my age stands for senior. Thank you. The key points requested, as you indicated, medical and non-medical devices, medication and medical waste management, IT infrastructure management, and building systems management. The department comply with the yearly corporate asset management policy by complying an asset management plan comprising of the following: the asset acquisition plan, the asset maintenance plan, the asset disposal plan, and the asset verification plan. Department assets consist of the following classes in the fixed asset register. The movables is computer equipment, owned, furniture and office equipment, library material, machinery and equipment. That's where the medical equipment is. Immovables is the community assets, facilities, clinics and care centers at operational buildings or depots, operational buildings and municipal offices. The department conducts a yearly asset verification. Disposals are taken to the auction yard after approval by the city manager. Transfers of assets is only executed after the receiving of the completed transfer form. My section educates staff regarding the asset management. We do have a loss and damage committee that's investigating causes of each incident and take remedial actions or recommended remedial actions. Regarding the immovable assets, the department conducts a yearly physical asset verification. The department executes a 10-year program on major repairs on buildings. That is the responsibility of the department. Certain amounts of repairs of budgets allocated to issues of legally non-compliant issues due to the budget constraints. A phased approach is followed. COCs for the 22-23 is covered 2 facilities, 23-24 covered 2 facilities, and now the current book year covered 16 facilities. Still outstanding is 9 facilities that we will address in the 25-26 book year. Aircon's priority, due to the budget constraint, we focus on the pharmacies where the medicines are and the functional aids offices. We do yearly our service on our firefighting equipment. We're going to do a hygiene survey with the allocations of the funds with the adjustment budget. We're going to start with next year of the fire certificates, also in a phased approach. Regarding the generators, we're awaiting the appointment of a service provider. That's the responsibility of group property. Just to show our maintenance plan, the 10-year plan I'm talking about, there we show when was it last repaired and when it needs to be repaired again. It's very easy for us on this program, somewhere for the next year exactly which clinics needs to be, or facility needs to be repaired. This is all the facilities, the responsibility of health. Here's the next one. Regarding the medication and waste management, the department gets medication from Gauteng province. The stock is ordered, followed a set ordering schedule. The orders are based on minimum and maximum stock levels to avoid overstock and stock shortages at the clinic. Stock is monitored weekly with availability. Reports are sent to the province and national departments of health, the SBS. As the medicines are given to the city in kind, OCLT conduct a stock taking of medicines and surgicals in March and September in line with the BFMA. Stock is continuously monitored to avoid expiring on stockage. Distribution is done as and when needed. Expired stock is sent to the pharmacy for distraction in line with the Medicines and Related Substance Act. Expired medicines are costed and as they are received at a pharmacy. Continuing with the medication. CLC budget for 23-24 was 952,155 used to buy medicines and surgicals in emergency situations where province cannot supply. 128,269,840 worth of medicines were supplied by province. The CCMDD medicines are not included, also paid for by province. 3,959,000 and 13,000 worth of surgicals were supplied by province. 802,839 worth of medicines and surgical items expired on the 23-24 financial year. Medical waste. The vendor responsible for medical risk waste has been appointed until 27 March 2027. Medical waste is removed from the primary healthcare clinics on a weekly basis according to a schedule. Medical waste containers collected is weighed and documented. Medical waste containers delivered, registered in the waste delivery book. Invoice and waste manifest received and evidence for the medical waste collection from the primary health clinic. Current budget is 2,740,279. Expenditure to date, as you can see, 1.6. Budget for 25-26 is 2,771,279.80. Regarding the IT infrastructure, the ICT CAPEX and OPEX budget is centralized at the Group Human Information and Communication Technology Management Department. What we do, we use the ICT self-service tool to request any needs. Building system management. The department do have a maintenance team that do minor repairs. When services are needed from the group property, the department used the sub-plant maintenance module to create a notification on the maintenance need. Property is assisting with the specification, requesting for quotations. The quotations is submitted to the department from group property for financial approval. The department create a purchase requisition and follow up on the purchase order numbers. The technical team of the group property hands over the site to the service provider for the rendering of the services. After the work is done, an inspection is executed by group property and the department. If all in order, the work gets signed off and the department following the payment process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any takers, questions, clarity seeking questions, comments? Or it's lunch? Okay, Deputy Chief.
Once again, Chair, and I think we must make an arrangement next time, because the Department of Corporate Services must spend the entire day with us when we've got, or we go through an exercise like this one, because that's where we need to have a level of understanding. I'm worried when departments keep on coming here and part of their presentation, there is no human capital indication, because that is where there is an outcry. If we were to pack our bags here and go to a clinic, and when you arrive there, you find a situation and you ask questions. One of the issues that would be bandied about is shortage of staff. Now, if the departments themselves don't tell us in terms of human capital, what is it that they have? Where are the shortfalls? They don't narrate their story for themselves. It becomes a problem. And they leave us here, they go and narrate that story at the level of officials on their own. That's where you've got challenges. Again, also in terms of asset management, we are not, especially around the issues of health facilities, we are not told, as per their presentation, the issue of filing systems, whether it's e-filing or they're still doing it, the donkey method and so on, because that will be the second issue if you were to visit a clinic, where you will have challenges or issues raised by the management in that facility. And also, the presentation is not indicating, one of the bottlenecks is around the issues of transportation in clinics. They are not indicated in terms of vehicles, in terms of what they have, shortages and so on for transportation around the health facilities. What is it that they have? What is it that they don't have? And they really need, in terms of them having those vehicles as a tools of trade. So if they were to indicate us and give us comfort in terms of whether they are able to do their work or these challenges in terms of the shortages that they have in relation to them doing their daily work. I don't want to indicate the gory details that I find as and when I do my work as a ward councillor in the health facilities where I am from, or in areas where I normally visit health facilities. But I know there are serious challenges. So I'll be very happy to see this indication, because to me, this will give me comfort and will also give me a sense of a build-up into the broader centralized system departmentally as to what is it that needs to happen, or what are the shortages and the bottlenecks in terms of all these issues that we are raising, and trying to find out and find solutions for those aspects.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
Thanks, Chairperson. You know, I didn't receive this presentation. I don't have, but
I just want to thank the presenter in terms of the information. But my question is that the department does not really tell us about how they protect the assets, whether there's really any accountability, because there's a lot of theft at the clinics. Security-wise, really, they didn't mention anything, whether their assets are protected or not. Thanks.
Thank you. Since that we are fine on hands, if you may respond, either one of you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, I think the gaps that the councillor is reflected on is something that could add a great value in terms of what the councillors were expecting. In terms of human capital, we actually, as a department, are actually in a bit of a different position from many other departments, because we have made our case with the group property, and as the councillor was making reference to shared services, and I suppose maybe you want to refer to the group property, because they are the ones who deal with assets, with properties and maintenance. So what we did is that we said, because clinics are so sensitive, and you can't have a day that goes by with a blocked toilet or a fallen ceiling or something like that. We then requested that we need to have the budget that deals with maintenance set with our department. That is for the facilities that are in our hands, which is like clinics and certain office places, but many of the other areas that are not directly with us are in the hands of group property. So when we asked for that budget, ultimately it was given to us for us to be able to maintain clinics and other related facilities, like maybe an office where Municipal Health Services is sitting. So to be able to deal with that, we also have a small component of a maintenance team. And Ms. Prinsloo, who is with me here, she's the Deputy Director responsible for that team. And that team has a functional head and other these technical people that works on it, although they are not at the artisan level, but they are handymen. But we do have an organizational structure that have got artisan positions. We can go and extract that information and give it to the committee in detail, because I don't want to speculate on the numbers, but it's there on the structure. It's just that my preparation was not in that angle. So we do have the handymen that go out every day to repair minor things that happens at facilities that cannot stand a day. And then we also deal with the major maintenance, like when we are sort of like renovating, but not necessarily creating a new asset. Because a clinic needs to be at a certain standard, like you need to change the tiles, you need to make it so that it is not making sure that there's transfer of sicknesses and all that. So we then, that one we deal with it with a bigger budget of maintenance, where we go for the quotations and tenders through group property, and this is what Ms. Prinsloo has referred to here. So in terms of human capital, we do have a small structure. We can provide that information. In terms of filing system, it's one of our major things in our facilities. We do have the moving shelves, the ones that when you get into the filing room, you are able to move it on the side, and then you get in, you get all. But it's not like every facility has got adequate standards. As we upgrade the facilities, we also upgrade the filing systems. At some point, we had a project which was aimed at the filing system, which was focused on the filing system. But now, there's no longer a line item on those filing systems. We deal with them mostly when we are dealing with the upgrading of facilities. And in terms of how we are filing our documents, it's still paper-based, filed in those movable filing systems. But on the other side, we do have electronic systems we call it RX solution, but it just deals with the admin part of the work at the beginning, so it does not go much further. But then we also have a system that we call the District Health Information System. That one is an online system. It's not necessarily controlled by us. It's a national system that cascades down to the district that we utilize to capture certain health indicators that are part of the national monitoring system. But on the other side also, as a department, we came with an initiative for an e-health system. So we are having an e-health project, which we're working with a group, ICT. It is now supposed to be completed. They are just working out some of the glitches that they are experiencing on their side. But we are the client to their side. They appointed the service provider. Part of the system has been completed. We are now on a pilot level at one of the clinics, which is Current Park, where we want to see how the system works. So those glitches that are being found as we implement the system is what is being addressed. Part of that EL system is that we need to buy equipment, and the council has appropriated a budget of 10 million in the current financial year for the purchase of the equipment for use in the e-health system. We just cannot necessarily say the whole of the 10 million will be utilized for the computer equipment of the department only, or maybe Group ICT might also buy other equipment that belongs to other departments. But the line item is actually highlighted as the equipment for e-health. So we do have an e-health system. It's there. It's just not open yet. It's at a pilot stage. We intend to utilize it across all our clinics. It is intended at curbing a lot of problems that we find in our facilities, where we lose money in terms of people who hop from clinic to clinic picking up medication, and we are going to be able to identify those people through facially and through biometrics. So that is the system we are having. On transportation, the councillor is correct. We do have vehicles that we use to transport our supplies, but our vehicles are open vehicles, and they are not really up to the standard that we will want to be. But in the recent financial year, in the current financial year, we have had the discussions with Group Property, and Maesper will give sort of an update in terms of what we have agreed upon. The updates I got from her was that we were going to be given some closed-up vehicles so that we are able to have closed vehicles to deliver the medicines. Currently, we do have the buggies that are there at the department, but they are not closed off. So it's a risk for us when it rains, or for the sun, or for vulnerable for theft. So that is a challenge that we acknowledge, but there is a progress that we're making in terms of getting closed up vehicles. One of the assets that we were having was a truck that we were using for X-rays, but the X-ray is old and it has reached its life term, and we are going to decommission, and the truck we also aim to utilize it to deliver medicine. But that's also a process which is still underway. In terms of state of facilities, indeed, our facilities, at least for the health department, there are standards that every facility needs to meet in terms of ideal clinic standards. So there are clinics that are not necessarily meeting all the ideal clinic standards in terms of infrastructure. Although in terms of the measurements that we get from the health standards, we are always coming up with qualifying standards, like the platinum standard, which shows that we are compliant. But if it was to go further and the element of infrastructure was to be upgraded into something that has to be measured, and which is something that we have been told that is going to be taken into consideration going forward, we will not meet the standard. So there are certain facilities that we have upgraded. Our upgrade is aimed at meeting the ideal clinic standard in preparation for the National Health Insurance. But with current financial constraints, we can't really have many projects. As we stand, we only have one project, which is not even an upgrade, which is actually building a clinic from scratch, which is the Lusaka Clinic. but we still have a number of clinics that don't meet the minimum standard in terms of infrastructure that we need to upgrade. That project has not been getting financial attention in the recent past, but it remains a gap. So there are certain clinics that if infrastructure was to be measured, we will come out very low. One example that maybe the councillor might be aware of is Silverton Clinic. It's not really meeting the standards. But I'm just giving that one as an example in terms of infrastructure-wise. But in terms of all the logistics that has to do with how the clinics must be run, we do meet the standards, hence we get those platinum awards. So if we are to get back to a state of being able to move with our upgrade program, that will be that will work out. And in terms of our commitment, we have said actually because we acknowledge the current financial situation of the city, we better concentrate on upgrading the existing facilities to meet the ideal clinic standards. But also that one is limited by the availability of funds. We had initiated the upgrade of Silverton, but so far we couldn't proceed. We only had appointed the consultants to be able to determine the work, but those consultants could also not work because 2 or so financial years ago they had to be stopped because there was no funding, so those projects could not proceed. It's just one project that is on standby. And in the recent past, the one that we upgraded was Pame, but we only upgraded one part, which is the clinic dispensary, to meet the standard. But when we have upgraded the dispensary, everybody who went there, including the previous mayors, could see the need to actually upgrade the whole facility. So that's one project that is also in the line for upgrading. Protection of assets. This one is a very critical element. We have even gone to our own oversight committee and provided the status of protection of our assets. There is always break-ins at our facilities, and mostly the targeted things are computers. Fortunately, there has not been theft of medicines, but there's always been the theft of computers, and sometimes vandalism of air conditioners and the taking of certain elements on the air conditioners. It seems that there are certain things that those people are interested in. I think it's an element in a air conditioner, mostly on the side of Mamelodi, Stanza. We have had those type of damages. And we have a detailed report on what we have lost in terms of theft that have happened in the past 2 financial years or so. And we presented that to our oversight committee. What is outstanding is for asset protection to also get to the oversight committee and explain itself on what it's going to do to protect the facilities of the department, because we see that it's a problem. One of the things that we see, and the councillor that spoke about that, I know we were with the councillor at the oversight committee on health, and he knows about those things that we raised there, is that the security personnel itself, from our side, as we observed, I think they are ill-equipped. They don't have a radio, they don't have any equipment that you can think anyone can prevent any aggression. In the night, we think they're not enough because you find 2 people in a facility, and our facilities, some of them are big, things happen in a particular corner, they only see it in the morning. So those are some of the things that are happening. But we have called upon the asset protection to say, what are they going to do in terms of the experiences that we have had, and we have raised that with our oversight committee. We are still to get that commitment. Thank you. I can hand over to Master if she has something to add on.
Yeah, proceed.
Just regarding the transportation, I agree. This, apart from a shortage, is the fleet is extremely old. But we tried with fleet. They're giving us now for our bokkies canopies. So the instruction is no medicines will be transported within an open vehicle. It needs to be enclosed vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other question? Deputy Chief Whip and then Councillor.
Interestingly, you are sitting on the chair of Health Committee's chair. So you'll know where to locate yourself in council chamber. Just your view in relation to the security challenges that we have in our facilities, and also the influx challenges that we have in our health facilities. What is your view in relation to the 24-hour service clinics? Do you think that if we were to have a 24-hour system, and I'm raising this on the basis that we are a capital city, Chair, I'm also lobbying you. I know you are this is a matter very close to your heart from a political party perspective. Something tells me that our facilities will be much more safe when they are running 24 hours. And it will also create opportunities there's a whole lot of people who are trained in the aspect of health, and they are not employed currently as we speak. And something tells me that our facilities will be much more safer when they are operating 24 hours, because they will be live in the facilities. They close at 4, between 4 and the next day at 6 a.m. when people arrive to queue. Our facilities are vulnerable because you find only security guards. In other facilities, you find less than 5, and it's not enough. And some, they are even in secluded areas where, they become vulnerable. But also I'm talking in relation to the population growth. I'm located in a ward whereby there is a clinic there. It belongs to the province in any case. But there are other facilities around there that the population growth has grown 10 times. And when there is an establishment of an area, tomorrow when you wake up, people present them to the health facility. You can't postpone illness. When people establish themselves here, tomorrow they report to the next health facility. So I'm asking this question or raising this question on those bases of what you may call population growth, the safety and security of our facilities and so on.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Let me integrate my question with the one that asked by my former colleague here. The issue I have seen in your presentation, you indicated that you are waiting for the service providers appointed for generators. So the question is that in a case where there is a power outage or load shedding, how do you work? Does it mean that the services are gonna close or been affected? Imagine where there is a large number of patients came, as my colleague alluded, in terms of growth, population growth, then there is a power outage or there is a load shedding. There are no generators, then it means they must be returned back in that particular, in that situation, or what's happened. Thank you, Chair.
All right, no, thank you. Yes, you may respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the generators, and indeed, generators is one of the standard items for ideal clinic. We call it backup power. So what is expected is that every facility needs to have a backup power. We have had a project where we were going back to every facility to be able to install the backup power. But that also was limited by availability of funds. So not all facilities have backup power. So there are facilities that don't have backup power, and there are facilities that have got backup power. The facilities that have got backup power, they are also having a challenge of backup power that does not work. So the generators, some of them don't work. We do have a complete report. We do assessments all the time. I don't have the numbers with me in my hands now, but we can share the information. We do have generators that don't work. We do have generators that work. We rely on the central service provision for the appointment of the service provider that can go and actually repair those generators and make them functional. Also, as we motivate for the budgets, we continue to motivate for all items that are part of the ideal clinic standard. We were having one project that we were calling Ideal Clinic Standards NHI project. So that was about generators, security houses, security houses at the gates, the waste section inside the facility, and the backup water. So those are the things that we were having, but also that is not able to be funded currently. So indeed, there is an effect on services, but fortunately, the way it has happened in the recent past, even if it was about load shedding and all that, it was just, it never happened that it is the whole day that those facilities don't have the power. So in most instances, people don't really get to be chased away. But I think my Esther can share the information if maybe she has some information that can confirm whether maybe the people at some point maybe were let go. But so far, with the limitations that we have with load shedding, it was for those hours that those facilities without backup power will be affected. And also, at some point we improvised by buying some lights that we utilize in facilities, because some of the rooms in the facilities will find that maybe they are not where they utilize the outside light. So we had bought some lights. My Esther can just maybe give an update on whether how far we have gone with those lights. If I'm to go to the 24 hours, fortunately, Councillor, we are actually in that discussion about the 24 hours services, and in the strategic planning session that we've had with the executive mayor, 24 hours is a priority of the executive in terms of having to implement it. But we, looking at the facilities that we have currently, we have done a sort of an assessment, desktop assessment in consultation with our colleagues at the province, to say what will it take to have a 24-hour service. And we have that determination in terms of the type of infrastructure, because the 24-hour services goes also with what type of service will be required. So in most instances, you will find that during 24 hours, what people will come up with, it will be trauma and the issue of giving birth. I might not be putting it in a correct terminology, but the issue of maternity might be one of the things that comes up. So when you deal with infrastructure in that instance, you need an emergency room, you need a trauma room, and you need a maternity ward. They call it MOUs, maternity unit. I think it's maternity and obstetric unit, yes. So you need that type of facility. The other part that you need is you need, in the current conditions of employment, you need change in the current conditions of employment in terms of the workers that we have, because they are not contracted for 24 hours. So you need to change the conditions of service, and then you also need to then have a rotational team so that you can meet all the hours. So we'll have a need for infrastructure, and we'll have a need for personnel, and part of the personnel will include a more tighter security, and we also need relevant equipment to resource the rooms that I've just spoken to. The one of the mothers, the one for trauma, and the emergency. So those are the things that we need to deal with, but we are working on that. We have some tentative figures in terms of what it will take, but we have a detailed report that we can share with the committee. The situation is such that we are committing as part of the strategic planning session to actually go beyond what we have in Gauteng into checking with what is existing in other provinces, because part of our team was reflecting on the possibility of implementing a lighter part of that, which is not part of what we know here in Gauteng. Here, what we know is that if you have to provide a 24-hour service, you need a sort of a community health center, which what we call the CHC. In a simplistic language, somebody will say it's a mini hospital. So, which will have all those things. But sometimes, depending on where people stand, there's an argument that you can do it with what you have. But even with what you have to convert those rooms into what I've just indicated. But to be able to give the councillors the details, you need scientific information which we can deal with beyond this meeting here, because I can't deal with that now. But it's part of the discussions we're having. And I agree with the councillor that indeed it might be useful in terms of security, because obviously the attack that happened in the night is obviously not happening during the day, which means what secures us during the day might secure us in the night. But I think the conditions might be different to an extent that you might need to have a much tighter security than what we see now during the day. So we think it can help, but it requires a lot of resources to be able to meet the minimum. We can bring that information on the table. We are having that discussion with our political principal in terms of what is supposed to be there at bare minimum for us to run that. And it will require that we move gradually with those facilities. And also because we deal with this work on behalf of the province. So it's not something that we can make as a decision by the municipality and it ends there. So if we decide here and we decide to resource it accordingly, then we take our plan to the province, and then the province can then consider it and give it a go-ahead or not a go-ahead as we implement primary health care on their behalf. So that is what we have in terms of the 24 hours. The influx, we do have a lot of people. We do have the head counts. This information that we have in our systems, we can share the information on head counts. I don't have them with me, but we do have quite a lot. Our clinics are full. Yeah, I think the security challenges, I think they were linked to the preamble to the issue of the 24 hours. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think we should be covered. Thank you for coming, colleagues. And then we'll reach out should we need anything from you. Then we take it from there. But we're also happy that there is appetite to look into the 24-hour service and also innovate. Feel free to go out there when there are challenges, engage us. The committee is willing to meet you halfway. Please take care of and go through the AG report, make sure your departments are fine so that we don't have challenges in the future in relation to your departments. Other than that, we are happy with what we've got from you. Thank you for coming and may God bless you. Thank you. I think this will bring us to the end of today's proceedings. Thank you very much for everyone who managed to join us, both virtually and physically. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.